Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. And I need to update what the strain says on it because it's going to be a, let's see, plugin coding day. So what that means is I would like to give it an appropriate thumbnail. Let's do that. I have been patiently setting things up so that I can do even more than that. And I can show you what I mean by it. Let's see. But first, I want to... Where is my coding stream stuff? There we go. Found it. Boop. It's actually a very old coding stream thing. But all the same, it's my coding stream, so people can see what I was up to. Last time I had Godot on for hours while I was actually doing a Minecraft thing. Today it's more along the lines of just doing regular work, but I have an interesting thing to dig into first for anybody who's here, or so I can just warm up and start getting used to talking and everything. And that is that I have done a different camera angle, and I have been working real hard on the Console X thing. So I'm going to have to raise my voice a little bit because I'm well up screen here. But this, of course, is my Console X console. You might or might notice that I have made some changes. Oh, here, let me scooch over. Darren. Yeah, duck in and out all you like. I have learned over the years that streams do not just sort of grow numbers of people. And when I try to have it grow numbers of people, it often just ends up with me having more stamina than the audience. So go ahead and duck in and out. I plan to be doing this stream until like 5. Actually, why is that not showing? That this camera is working, but I don't see its little indicator light going on. Hey, John Daub. Yeah, this, I could probably use this for doing more in the way of making music, and I have high hopes for doing some of that. The thing I was going to show, which it's a reasonable camera angle for. So here's Console X with my color-coded controls for stuff that I've assigned to be that color. But I have a new concept going on that is going to maybe lead towards stuff that I can do in future. And I'm kind of excited about giving it a try. I'm thinking about even doing some of the songs that I wrote when I was like a teenager. Because I have song-like songs that I wrote when I was a teenager, and I haven't really been doing anything with them. I did put out a sort of home release CD kind of thing, and before that I put out a tape cassette. That's how old these are. But I didn't have the facility to record them properly, and I do now. So what you see here is in line with... let me get that rolling. In line with what I want to do with console going forward for my own personal use. And granted, my camera angle is a little funky. Probably if I do actual recordings, what I'll do is I'll move the chair that I'm in so that I can focus on that. And then I can be basically on screen and I'll be in focus. And the rest of this stuff will be like vibey blinking lights as they usually are. But here's the changes to how I'm using the control surface that probably only I have. Because this is how that rolls. I designed it in such a way where it could be repurposed, and then it turns out I'm just repurposing it because nobody else has one. You can get them, but they're expensive and blah. I am trying to work with SmoothEQ 2 for these joysticks. And I feel like that's going to work. In fact, I'm so enthusiastic about it that people were like, well, it's not going to work for anything that doesn't have joysticks. And that's not true at all. It's just the same as if you had knobs. But what I've done around it is filled up all the controls with something that I can do for the future console version and my use of basses and guitars. For instance, I need to be practicing with this bass. Like, I'm very happy with it. And my idea is with recording guitars and basses, because I've got the nice bass that I like, and then I've also got a variety of guitars. There's somebody who might drop in later. It's a friend of mine that who helped me set up my music station at Con. And I gave/swapped, because at Con, Tennessee's tax commissioner people and so on, this is somebody who knows all about that stuff, by the way, were being extremely rigorous because it was a new Con in its location. So the dealer's den and artist alley struggled mightily. Everybody needed to get like an extremely official license to be able to conduct business. So I decided I just wasn't going to. And so I brought a spare synthesizer and, turns out, a spare guitar, and just gave him to this kid. You probably wouldn't think of him as a kid. I'm pushing 60, so to me. And that was the Ibanez Gibson 175 copy that I never ended up using. But I've done recent work with guitars. Let me show you. In this new camera angle that I now have. So this is one of the new versions of how the guitar works. I have taken the Strat body, which has concrete built inside it to be heavier and sustainier, and the heavily scalloped fingerboard, probably can't see it. And I've put my Firebird pickup Strat pickguard on this. It also has the Veritone circuit in it, like my Les Paul does. But it's much more of a homebrew kind of thing. And along with being able to do that, I've now got a Strat style. In fact, I think it's a Telecaster neck. And that has Lindy Frollin pickups, but they're just rewinds. And I put that on the one with the whammy bar. So I've got a Strat style that can do like vibrato-y type things and whatever. And it sounds very nice for what it is, which is pile of parts. It's great how all guitars can be a pile of parts if you want them to be. And then lastly, I protect this one fairly hard. It is a garbage Telecaster with the neck that I grew up playing, which is a Saga kit neck. And it's got these wiry, ratty pickups that distort amazingly. And I get to use that for anything that's like policey or pretendersy or anywhere that I want the sonority of the guitar just to be like, rah! And the idea there is these banks of knobs that were previously detailed control over two separate channels of compression, which I don't tend to use in my own stuff. Now this setup here, these sliders end up being the overall compressor for whatever it is I will do. So I'm going to need to build a compressor which has a gate in it. And the top one is compression threshold, except for I'm going to need to have it defeat completely when you turn it all the way up. And bottom one is gate. And then there's going to be an attack and release, which will to some extent work for both of these at once. Haven't decided what colors they will be, so it's just the normal knobs there. And these top banks are going to be associated with entirely distinct plugins. Namely, they'll be sitting there ready to work on any Pointy Deluxe, Chimey Deluxe, or Punchy Deluxe. The latter two aren't even out yet. For the purposes of this one can be constantly sitting there set to what I normally do with basses, probably with Chimey Deluxe. And as you see, 5 knobs, 10 controls. It uses all of the controls of any Pointy Deluxe variation, like the those Slipperman inspired names for all these things. Well, I've got a color for all of them. So that red knob means pick attack, and then the orange knob is what Slipperman called hell frequencies. And then these ones are mid ranges. The purple knob is swing. The blue knob, those are also larger, are low meat of a chug sound. And it's the same for this. Like the one on this side would be for typically guitar tones that I would normally like to do. And this would be bass tones that I would normally like to do, so they can be sitting at naturally slightly different settings. And then channel, console channel compression and gating here. Console channel high and low pass get to be the EQs that are built into Pointy guitar, which aren't present in Pointy Deluxe. Meaning that the combination of these things, using Pointy Deluxe or a variation of that kind of thing, along with the version of console that I'm building for this, you'd get a high pass and low pass. Like for Console X, it's an isolator style. For this new version I'm talking about, rather than being an isolator style, it would be a speaker simulation style, like you get in Pointy guitar, or indeed Chimey Guitar 2, and so on. And then what I'm going to be working on today, this little red knob here, is discontinuity control. I'm in the process of working on making the discontinuity control also have tape pack in it, which will mean that you'll turn it up, and not only will it take on the tonal connotations of distant, extremely loud sound, but it will also take on a drive, get boostier, more intense, more like slamming tape. Both of those things combined together. One magnetic tape recording style thing, which is not really a perfect emulation, and one air simulation thing, which is maybe not really a perfect emulation. So that's what's on the agenda for today. And as such, well, I can scooch in here to the other camera. I probably want to fiddle with the way these cameras work a little bit, because it doesn't look like the color temperature is quite the same each way. I'm sure I can figure that out, and I don't have to figure it out right now. The one that I'm looking into right now seems to be set up a little better that way. Hey, John Daub, loving the telly. Yep, it's like a parts telly, except for that it is really kind of not, because it is it was a rail Telecaster, but it doesn't have the neck it came with, because I put the neck that it came with, which is all like worm eaten and stuff and weird, on that strap. And then I put the neck that my childhood Strat guitar was set up with, which I carved a lot and scalloped the fretboard and did all manner of stuff like that. Sadly, it doesn't have an ability to adjust the truss rod, and that is troublesome. But I've been getting by with it okay so far. It seems to still be sitting around working. And the hardware for this telly is so nasty. It's like all rusty and horrible and stuff, and the pickups are all microphonic and janky and kind of underwound. I'm pretty sure they're real because I'm not sure how anybody would make custom ones to be as janky as that. But the weird thing is, it sounds astonishing. And what I'm proposing is to set this stuff up so that I can just plug in a wire, go into the converter, like go through preamplifiers and into the converters and record it direct that way, and then do all of my sound getting using entirely my own plugins and stuff. This is a continuing intention. This is something that I'm working on going forward because of some of the changes I'm looking at. Let's bounce over to not display overlay, but coding stream. There we go. And bring back chat and see just a little peek of the window. Yeah, so today I'm working on at least one thing which goes into that concept for the new console version. And it also has me thinking about stuff like, what more can I do? I'm doing a lot with regard to doing lots of work, and it's going real well. But as some of you know, I had to replace my car, or I chose to replace my car and ended up going for one that should last me another 10 years, if all goes well. I can only hope that no weird, nefarious things happen. I guess we always hope that, right? You get something like a car, or you get something like a fridge or whatever, and you're like, boy, I hope this doesn't just randomly die. Or with a fridge, nobody's likely to bust into your house and steal it. With a car, you worry a little more about that. But I was able to get a car that is actually nice. I've never had one quite like that. I got it with all of the warranty I possibly could, so that I could take advantage of not having to pay repair costs after having to pay more than $3,000 in repairs on the one that I just sold for $500, traded in for $500 rather. And that means I have new payments, and so I'm trying to think of what more I can do for Airwindows in order to justify goosing things a little bit more. I'm clearly not asking that much from people, because the thing about it... Okay, don't mind me. I'm looking back and forth between screens, and me switching over to the screen view acted weird for a while, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine. In fact, I can even ooch the screen over so I can see how things are going. And yeah, I am trying to think of more things that I can do, given it's tricky because I'm already spending pretty much full time doing the plugins, and the plugins are 100% free and always will be, and open source and always will be, using the MIT license because I'm trying to pass stuff on. And so I have to get creative as far as doing anything that is the sort of thing where I can go, hey, join my Patreon and also go to this tier in order to get this fancy stuff, when I'm not willing to withhold any of the work that I actually do. So I'm beginning to think maybe do like this little card here is just a bunch of singles and songs from I'm not sure why I haven't crossed some of these. Some of these have been crossed off because I think I had done them. I'm going to probably end up doing... Oh, Igor, no. I took all of the spare aerodynamic things from my old car, and I put them in the trunk and included them, along with the adjustment wrench for the coilovers that I had for it. All of those things I got rid of. If I find any more of them hanging around, I will literally throw them away. The new one has to stay untouched. I have to take this is why I needed to get the trim level that actually had the nice stereo system, because the base stereo system in Subarus is just butt. I had to get into one where I was satisfied with all of it so that I would not touch it. So that if in like 5 or 6 years it's still running perfectly and there's like a good electric one that they're making now, I need to be able to trade this one in for a realsies amounts of money and not mess with it. Also, this is weird. I feel like my screen is blinking. Is it still blinking? Is it fine? Yeah, so we'll do the best we can. Hopefully the screen display won't blink. But yeah, no, I did not relocate the aerodynamic things. I did not take the infinity speakers that I put into it. Like, geez, the speakers alone that went into this car are worth more than what I got as a trade-in value. And it's fine, because doing that kind of stuff, either you run it until it breaks down completely and tries to kill you on the road, and nobody likes that. I mean, I've always been willing to run risks like that, but nobody who's an Airwindows follower wants me to be in physical danger from just driving my car down the road. So nobody else likes that. And, I have to discipline myself, get one where, like, the key modification I have for this car is I'm going to get a vanity license plate for it, and that's it. And everything else is just like, I embrace it exactly the way it is. I love it to bits. Hug it and cuddle it and call it George. And, well, I'm going to call it something else, but because I have to not touch it. I have to reserve all of my tinkerings for I probably can do this. I can probably turn that desire to tinker with physical stuff towards like guitar stomp boxes and use those as like a fundraiser kind of thing. Because I need to not go broke making the new car payment. It looks to me like I have at least 6 months, if not a year, before I'm in trouble with that if nothing changes. But I should be able to do more work or come up with new things to do where it doesn't betray the fact that all of my plugins are free and open source, but there's still something that can justify people actually doing more for the Patreon and getting something for it. And that's probably it can be like pictures, hey, tweeting in, picture music from records, including records that I cannot publicly display on YouTube. I feel like I should be able to do stuff that is strictly off limits as long as it's all private videos. So I'm saying from this point onwards, if you want to see those hit record things where I'm playing the record and you're watching how it displays in meter and learning from that, you'll have to be paying by Patreon. I'm willing to withhold that in order to try to earn money to pay off this car. It doesn't have to happen all at once. I just have to be able to make the new budget. But another thing could very easily be making guitar stomp boxes and having that basically be a fundraiser. Basically be like, okay, I'm going to have these, but it's mostly a fundraiser to help me with this new expense. And it's not intended to be like, this is a competitive price for the stomp boxes. It'll be more like, yeah, this is a fundraiser for people who want to help and have enough money to be able to get hardware from me in this very boutique kind of way. And I will, in fact, like, remember, I'm talking about making all of my music out of guitar and bass DI and my own plugins. I should be able to make a stomp box that will go into maybe like one of the inputs of, I might not want to do the full signal chain. I might design stuff that can go into an input of like my Motu and just use that and get me the kind of sound that I want. I cannot simply plug a guitar into there because that is not a high impedance input. But if I make a guitar stomp box that does that, it will both work as a gain booster and also work as like your specialized Airwindows DI with the transistors and stuff set up exactly the way that I want to get the kinds of tones that I would want. And I started out doing that kind of stuff. I would quite enjoy diving into it, being like, okay, I've got the transistors that Zachary Vex used in the Fuzz Factory. Now let's make an Airwindows thing out of these. And that could be quite exciting. It could be initial gain stages for a high gain thing using simply transistors, or it could be just a clean boost where I could go into a line level input that's low impedance and get a fantastic sound. Like I have this Audient thing where that the Audient thing gave a nice tone for running a DI guitar into it, but it had a gate built into it, and that's a little awkward. Let me attend to some of the chat before I get into programming discontapity, as you see here. Yep, coding hard. Yeah, I can probably help you with some of those things, but I don't really program using functions anyhow. For a while loop, I do pretty much know how that works. Like, let's see if I have something like that in this plugin. Looks like no. I am not actually doing a loop in there, so that's fairly simple. Yeah, this is basically just straightforward. I often like doing that. And this does, in fact, we could play with this. I can start by playing with it. Yep. Jonathan, that is an interesting suggestion. Jonathan is suggesting I do live streams for like earning money rather than just giving away all of the stuff for free, where I show my patrons music and give feedback while using Meter, which I've done. Thing is, I'm not sure I want to paywall that. If I do that, I would kind of like to be able to do that for literally anybody rather than only people who can afford to pay. So that is a thing where I would like to be able to do something that is paywalled, but I'm more inclined to do it like, here, have a private video of like the Beatles Taxman and see how that shows. That might be the first one that I do. I'll see if it works. Beatles Taxman, see how that shows up on Meter. You would be surprised. I have seen this. And Taxman is very spectacular on Meter. You really get like, oh, this is why they were that huge. They're really off the charts performing in this particular way. But yeah, the other thing is like, I literally cannot make guitar stomp boxes and let people have them at the cost levels that I do for the plugins. I'm getting by with the plugins. I need to turn about $500-600 more per month in order to really have this car payment thing swinging. It's probably attainable because I haven't been pushing on people at all. But I can't be doing that with guitar stomp boxes, even though I have many of the things that I would need to start doing it, and I have some ideas. Because it would take all of my time and expend enormous resources, and I can't really get into a hardware manufacturing thing, so I have to do that in the lines of, this is some kind of Airwindows-y scheme. I'm contemplating the Desert Bus pricing thing. I've talked about this before, where you start something off, and you make one of the things, and then if you sell it, the next thing is, 7% more? And so on. Meaning that the value of all of those things goes up. So it could be an investment-likey thing. But also, Desert Bus means that's what Loading Ready Run does as a fundraiser for Child's Play charity. And they are auctioning off hours of their time for that. So it starts at some very reasonable amount. And every further hour is paid for by donations to Child's Play charity through the Desert Bus sort of telethon. They run 24 hours in 4 shifts and continue just doing goofy stuff and entertaining people until they have reached the maximum. And you can make that maximum extend further by buying more hours. And Desert Bus runs for like a week. It starts out as a very small thing, but then it expands and expands and expands until like it gets to where if you want to make them go for one more hour, you have to kick in like $5,000 in order to have them continue. And it happens. They've raised millions of dollars for Child's Play. I think it's one of the coolest things ever, but it's also a fascinating business model. Ooh, Tweeterin, thank you so much. That is literally going to help me with the car that I got, and yay. That totally makes me happy. A username is saying something, what do I think? Oh, I'll answer that. I am not terribly interested in Ozone's auto mastering plugin. And part of that is because it is going to lead you towards kind of generic sounds that people can more easily generate with AI these days. It's probably like Ozone mastering is pretty well thought of. This is not a disreputable company. You can get perfectly decent sounds for it. If you try doing auto mastering, what it's going to do is shove you in various directions that might not even be what you want. Like I'm going to be demonstrating with this paid patron only music examples of stuff that you can't have on the open YouTube. I'm going to be demonstrating sounds like that. It would never give you sounds like that, because what it will do is give you like post-2000s sounds without exception. It's not going to give you anything more creative than that. And that's why I wouldn't be using it. Ideally, you should have an idea of what you're going for and be able to deliver it, which is what I try to help with the plugins and stuff. It's not only about making toys that people ask for, but about coming up with ways of doing stuff. Like here, I'll take a moment and bounce back to the other camera view and bounce back to main cam. So nobody has this but me, but anybody can have Console X, which is what this is designed to control. And having used Console X and been basically happy with it, what I'm doing, oh, and I forgot to mention one of the things that I've included. So Console X had the joystick 4-band parametric boosts and cuts with a control in the middle. And I've removed some of the Sharpie coloration of this that indicates what color, what joystick each of these little controls go with. My reimagining of all of this has totally changed that. So now we've got the faders, which are still useful. Those don't actually even run as part of Console X. We've got this. The joysticks go with Smoothie Q2, which you now also have. I have not yet done a handy-dandy Dynamics plugin that will have only 4 controls and works like this, but this is going to be a Dynamics plugin where if you scrunch it to the extremes, it shuts itself off, because I don't often use just Dynamics. You got a high pass and low pass, but it's going to be the one in pointy guitar. And 2 banks of controls that were originally for the Dynamics in Console X. But since there were 10 knobs to either side of these sliders, I'm making it be 10 knobs for Pointy Deluxe, 10 knobs for like Chimey Deluxe or whatever it is. I don't even remember whether I put that out yet, but high time I did. And it'll be designed, I moved the knobs around because the knob sizes are different than they used to be. And I changed the coloring on them. And it's all about being able to dial in guitar and bass tones, because I want to dive more into doing stuff with guitar and bass sounds that are all entirely in the box. I'm really working on being able to get that happening. And so it's not simply about designing plugins, as people say, give me an SSL plugin, because I want to be like using the big consoles back in the day. My job is figuring out stuff to do where you can run with something like this and get interesting and unique sounds out of it that are fun and easy to get to. And your control surface, if you even have one, might not look like this. If I do other versions of console, which I'm absolutely doing, I've promised to get a hip-hop style by 2026. And this is all an entirely different one. But doing these things, And yeah, what I was saying was I cleaned the color off on these four little knobs. They're now my AUXes. This can be AUX 1, and this can be AUX 2, and this can be AUX 3, and this can be AUX 4. They're tiny, tiny little knobs, but that'll probably work just fine for me with AUXes. Previously, the AUXes were up here, and in fact, the surface of this console still says send A, send B, send C, and send D, but they will no longer be related to that. So I'll just ignore the very faint lettering that's on here anyhow. And it should be something that I can work with very easily and happily. And nothing to not like about that. And yeah. See, my Taxman is a vinyl source. My Taxman is most definitely a vinyl source, although it is not the most ultimate one that I could get. And I'm probably not going to be able to get better vinyl anytime soon. I have past the point of being able to invest in stuff like that. In fact, I'm looking to sell off some of my hardware. I'll be looking to sell off some of my keyboards. For example, among the keyboards that I could easily sell, and I'm thinking I can do a Patreon style thing for that too. Like I can put these up on Reverb, but for the Patreon, you will get a discount where rather than it being like a price where if I just sell it directly on Reverb, it's a pretty decent price, you get golden ratio price. Just because it's funny. And because I want to give things to my community. So I'll be selling off the Novation Summit. That was a huge deal getting that one. And it's the prettiest keyboard I've got, but I'm a guitar player, I'm a bass player. I have a drum kit which I've been putting work in as well. I've got my snare drums rearranged so that I have one really poppy barky one, and I have one that's doing a much better job of a classic 70s, 60s style snare. And I've been dialing all those things together and getting them right. And I should just do that. I have keyboards and things that I don't use properly because I'm not enough of a keyboard player to do it. And I'm no longer as interested in sequencing things, so there's a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, well, I mean, Zappa preferred the sound of digital, but I prefer the sound of mid-70s Zappa. A lot of people do. So I will be selling off my Novation Summit for a price which on Reverb will be not especially competitive, but if you are a paying patron, you would get it for 0.618, etc., of what I originally had. And that'll be taking something of a loss, but it'll go towards the car. And maybe I shouldn't have been buying stuff like that in the first place. So I'm going to turn it around in such a way that people can have something nice. They'll still have to cough up quite a bit to do it, but I'm going to do that. I have the ASR 10. I will sell the ASR 10. One thing about this is if I sell one of these things to a patron, that also means I have to sample the heck out of it so that I can use that to dial in plugins in the future. Like people want plugins that do the ASR 10 sound. That means if I sell it, I'll have to get to work sampling it and doing a bunch of stuff with it so that I can hear what that's like. Because I don't really work with that instrument. I don't really work with samplers. I've got the sampler that made the Z-Series plugins. I will sell that. I've already made the samples of it. I have a ESQ1 keyboard. That's like a vintage digital / analog keyboard. I would sell that. There's a bunch of stuff. I have a literal Fender Rhodes over there. It's very pretty, and I used its sound to dial in a Bacon Paul 6 Signs soft synth version of a Fender Rhodes, which I could use. I could use that soft synth for that. In fact, I could run that soft synth into Pointy Deluxe and get an amped Rhodes sound very nicely. I don't actually need the real Rhodes, and it's lovely, but I'm not a keyboard player, and I haven't had keyboard players come and jam. The detail with that one is I would sell it to somebody who was able to come and pick it up. I help you carry it, but I'm kind of old, so lifting it is not the easiest thing in the world. but I would sell that. The bunch of keyboard stuff, a bunch of musical, this stuff that I've been picking up over the years, I don't need all of it. I would like to be able to dial things back to where so much of my stuff is just some instruments and in the box. Because if I can make the best music I can make and absolutely love what I'm doing with it, with that kind of setup and with the work that I've been doing in the plugins, that means other people can do the same thing. Like some kid with I picked up, I probably wouldn't be letting go of this, but maybe I would. I picked up an entry-level 7-string guitar so that I could demo Pointy Deluxe. And the right people absolutely loved the sound of that. But all the same, I don't know if I necessarily use extended range guitars that much. And I could let that one go. That would be even cheaper at 0.618 of the good return of cost. But yeah, the idea is, I think I would be happier if, rather than having a bunch of gear I've been able to put together over the years, like if I arranged things so that I had the stuff that I absolutely need, but then if I ran off to a convention or something in my nifty little Subaru that I've recently acquired and came back to find somebody had gotten into my place, hopefully they would have left me some garbage-looking guitars that I actually love, not had any access to whatever guitars I took with me, and there wasn't a lot of goodies even left behind in my place. That would be a comfort. So yeah, that will be showing up on my Patreon, very likely for paying patrons only, because this is the time where I have to lean on that. I have to lean on that and see it start moving, come up with something special that I can do that isn't the plugins, because the plugins have to stay free for everybody. And the ideas of what to do with control surfaces and such like that, the creativity also has to be entirely free for everybody. But I mean, hawking my old keyboards at a loss to my community, who I would like to see having nice things, that I can totally do. So yeah, how about let's bounce into discontapity. It's getting towards noon. It's getting towards where I should make my third cup of coffee and be done with it for the day. And people are mostly talking about Zappa, and yeah, I agree on the 80s sonic landscapes aren't that inviting to me, because he went for a very modern sound, and it's completely fine. It's like a precursor to hyperpop, honestly. It's really kind of like a precursor to hyperpop, but it doesn't mean I have to like it, and I don't. And yeah, and Tweetinen, that's a kind of jam. Anything that you kind of come up and full with can count as jamming. One of my convention friends was introducing me to all manner of stuff, and there was I don't remember the name now, it doesn't really matter. There was an Australian sort of hip-hop producer guy, and he was putting together this stuff that was basically a lot like Fortet, but more aggressive. And it was very much like what you're talking about, Tweetinen. Come up with sounds and manipulate the samples. And this fella, a Fleam, I think. Hi, this is Fleam Mixtape, something like that. He had something that sounded like working with DAW-less samplers to the nth degree in this very modular Flume. I guess it would have been Flume. That's almost certainly it. Yeah, so I got introduced to Flume at the convention that I went to. And that was very cool. In fact, the person who introduced me might actually show up on stream. I've invited him. And yeah. That was neat stuff. And it was interesting how, it was the trippiest visuals I've ever seen, my God. brought me back to being a teenager. I had to give that stuff up because I was too into it, and it was very much like, yep, this is what it's like living that life while you can. I ended up having to stop because it was all too much. But if I hadn't stopped, I would have ended up all Sid Barrett. But that was a heck of a thing. The background, the music was almost like an accompaniment to the visuals in a sense, because a lot of the imagination was carried by the visuals, and the backgrounds were largely just oddness and stuff that you would do if you had samplers in your Eurorack system and were just going bonkers patching everything. Like the rhythms and stuff were very much what you'd get out of playing with samplers and sequencers. And yeah. So you know what? Give me a moment. I am going to go and make that other cup of coffee because I feel like I shouldn't be making cups of coffee later than noon. And it's getting close enough to noon. I haven't actually started coding because I've been just talking a blue streak, which is understandable and fine. But I should set up to go and, let's see. Oh, I can play back my version of whatever that nonsense was. Let's see what I had here. We will set it to SWB audio capture, and I won't hear it unless I put it on. Give me a second. Audio hijack, which can loop that back over to the speakers. And let's see what we've, settle down. Things always trying to update themselves and such. Half the time I don't trust it. Session A, which is two separate things, and this is let's fire up effect stack, content peak. We don't use content hide D. We don't need to shift the gain, but this will show me what that looks like. Well, now hang on a moment. Why is that not working? Preferences, output system settings. So that's supposed to work. Oh, I know why it didn't work. My coding laptop is set up to the speakers. Well, one thing I can do is tell it to be something else. So let's make this be... Can we adjust the output? Let's see. Run that again. Run this again. Splendid. That'll do. Weirdly, this weird little device is producing the perfect blend of sonority and loudness. So that's just naturally coming out of these things. Probably one of the reasons I like them so much. And as I persecute you with this, I will go off and make my final cup of coffee for the day. And I'll be back. coffee starting. Wow, it's really weird, the showing this makes. This is, of course, a Console X mix. This is exactly the kind of thing that I'm trying to learn to do even better than. What I would say about it is it looks like I have more deep bass than I need. And the whole thing could be a little bit louder, but on the whole, it's working out fairly well. I'm not quite sure why I'm not getting more high frequencies, but maybe that's just what the Bastel castles are like. Jerry, hang around long enough for me to be able to come back with my cup of coffee. I'm leaning more into making my nice coffee, but having it be black, so that I can save money on not having to buy cream. I'm trying to also snack on peanuts and raisins rather than like cocoa almonds, also for saving money so that I don't have to spend as much money on that stuff. So yeah, I am economizing on eating less so that I can save up to be able to make this car payment. And probably I should do that anyway because it's good for me, but we shall see. So hang out for a moment. I'm going to go and finish making my coffee, at which point I will turn off the crazy music and rejoin you. coffee. As I said, I am going to teach myself to drink it black so that I don't have to spend as much money on cream, which is good for me, and also I have to economize hardcore, well, with the car payment. But over to coding stream. That was fascinating seeing how that showed up on Meter. I don't think I'd looked at that before. There was a point when I was like, oh, I'm going to do this and then I'm going to put it out as a CD. And I'm like, it didn't actually work out. I wasn't happy with it. But looking at how it measured, I'm like, well, there's some things to be said for that after all. Anywho, let me... so 20 years I've wanted to build plugins. I have battled and failed against Math DSP prereq. Discovering your work is huge. Yeah, let's walk through some of this stuff. I need to get into this. This is not the first I've seen this view of Xcode in the old version of Xcode, because I started out this morning doing a bunch of reverb. I have resumed generating reverbs overnight and spending the first thing in the morning, several hours in the morning, to copy all the results over to a text file, copy those over to my reverb generating file, run test sounds through them, and then measure them all. And the current thing I'm working on, because I've drifted away from trying to do things that are like emulating people's hardware, and instead I want to do things that are like emulating sounds you might be familiar with. So I'm looking at a particular thing. It's like a small room, but not quite. And originally was generated in a recording studio in Los Angeles, probably by the first digital reverbs. And I'm talking about the vocal reverb on Bowie's Station to Station. I want to make a plugin of that. And I feel I can call it K-Station, and people will understand what I meant without diving into like running over brand names and things. If I can get something that delivers the spirit of that sort of enveloping, roomy sound that really brings out the passion in Bowie's voice, I'll have something going on. And I don't think it's that unreasonable. What I'm doing to get the reverbs to do that is leaning more towards early reflections rather than as much late reverb tail stuff. And it'll be all about getting a sort of dark room thing happening. Yeah, absolutely. And it wouldn't be the last, because I should be able to do plenty more things like that. Some of my recent experiences have me looking askance at things. Oh, here's another example. I'm going to be selling off the, oh God, what's the name of the damn thing? I know this perfectly well. I've had a couple of weeks away, but I mean, I push really hard, so I get really fried. I knew it started with B and ended in I. I'm going to be selling off my Bricasti M7 at 0.618 of whatever a good value it would be for resale to paying patrons only. In fact, for that kind of stuff, I might go for a higher, like you don't get the discount value unless you are at a higher sum of patronage, because it can end up being such a big deal. I'm talking like I bought this Bricasti new, I think. In any case, it is a fully functioning Bricasti M7. That's an expensive piece of kit. And it's been sitting in its box because I did all my samples for it. And now I'm not interested in marketing things based on this is this Bricasti patch, but my version. I want to market things based on this is my take on how to get this classic record sound, like K-Station. I don't need to call it like this is the Bricasti patch this, only this. My most recent Cathedral abandoned trying to sound like the Bricasti Cathedral because the Bricasti Cathedral is incredibly dark. And I don't have to do that. So I will be selling off my Bricasti M7. And enough stuff like the Bricasti, the Summit, enough stuff like that. I've got that damn car paid for, and that would be delightful. And it's okay with me if I lose a bunch of money on these things if it's going to my community. So, of course, I'm walking right into people who are like, why, sure, I'll join your Patreon at this amount of money, and then they just buy the kit and run away again. But, you know, what are you going to do? And there's a better chance of me being able to reach people who actually are longstanding patrons if I simply set up to do it. But anyway, Jerry, my journey on how I do these kinds of things. Here's what we're looking at right now, and I will build it as it stands. We've got a combination of discontinuity, which is a plugin that generates the sound of acoustic distance in such a way where if you ran like deep rumble into it, it will turn it into more like the sound of a space shuttle taking off. It will effectively do that kind of thing. There's discontinuity, and then I believe I've also put out disintegrate. I'd be a little surprised if I hadn't, and that's an exaggerated version of it. And it's combined with tape hack, which is fairly recent and is one of the reasons I've been rethinking some of the audio gear stuff, because tape hack came out of stuff that was brought to my attention by Walters Audio T805, but it's not a Walters Audio T805. It's just doing a thing which is associated with underbiasing, and that I didn't realize was going to be as big of a deal. And I was very happy with what I was able to make out of it. So what you see here is the first control has to do with discontinuity. It's called refdb, and we make topdb out of refdb by turning a number, which is like a this turns a number having to do with decibels, like 120 decibels is deafeningly loud, and it turns it into a ratio, and times overall scale means it has to do with what our sample rate is. Then the ones beneath it, input gain and output gain, have to do with the tape emulation thing. So my goal today is to first see how this works, and you're not going to be able to hear it as a direct feed, but you'll be able to hear it over my speakers. One of the things I'd really love to do is build myself some replacement speakers for the NS10s. I feel like I might be able to design something that will do as good of a job as the NS10s, but I'm not at all sure of it. Like, it would be building single driver speakers but using multiple drivers so that the bass could be filled in by top and bottom firing speakers, but then the front facing one would be the center of a dual cone speaker with a much lighter and thinner paper cone attached to it, in hopes that I can do what the NS10's woofer does, but for a full range. Because it doesn't have to go incredibly loud. I can design one where it'll break up if it goes incredibly loud, but will deliver extremely intense sonority cues, and I'd quite like to do that. But yeah, what we have here, and I'll move this out of the way so that I can get over to this. That's the folder I have there. Build release contains a component file, and the component file is the plugin. If I bring this over to here, this is an older version of macOS, meaning that I can use this. Let's see, we'll try short for echo. This has drums and guitars and a sweep and alien kittens. I'll sell off the cassette machine that I bought if it is also a way of people being able to pressure me through spending money to work on something first. Like, this is the same thing that I will use to do a cassette recording of and then be able to do K-cassette going forwards. But I'll probably do that through the purpose of selling off the cassette machine, which will force me to do it. And this may also be the thing that I run into the ASR-10 when I sell that, and that will force me to make a bunch of samples on the ASR-10 and make references of all the sounds that it produces, and I'll probably use stuff like this. because it doesn't have to be stuff that a normal sampler user would make music out of. It needs to be stuff where I know what that sound is and how it changes. But yeah, if we bring this up, Airwindows discontinuity, it'll be in here somewhere. See, discontinuity does this. Let's skip ahead. At 130 dB. Discontinuity is the same but with distortion. So back to this. Yep. Bear with me. I'll get there. If I'm a little fumbly, that's just because all this is a lot. See, I have many more controls that I can play with. No, not K cassette. It would be 2 cassette, because 2 tape is the one that I'm working on. That's not going to be first in line, but I do have another one of those coming. And then a 2 cassette would be what if I sold off the cassette tape and then had to make examples of that so that I could work with it and make a 2 cassette plugin. I need to have all that reference audio. So this, we're starting with the same thing here, and I've just screwed that up, but that's fine. See, same guitar sound. Click on here. This will do the same thing, but I need to have output turned up higher in order to hear it. And you're already going to hear a little bit of the tape hack sound in there. Unless, of course, input needs to be at 0.1, I think. There we go. And then I have to play it again. And we have the same thing as before. So it gets this high frequency cue going on. And you get some of that crackle like you get in real air where it's cranked way up. However, we can also crank up input, and that does this. And that becomes tape hack. And then the point is, that's our saturation kind of thing. I need to make a plugin where you have this red knob and it starts out very clean and nice, and then you continue to boost it until it has all of that sort of tape saturation and tape slam, but it also includes top dB, which would sound like this. And on drums, it would sound like this. That wasn't very long. I'll loop it. Excuse me. I'll probably end up coughing more over the winter, but hopefully not as much, because I've learned to use antihistamines for that. And we're heading into the time where I'm going to have the wood stove cam going. It'll probably be the same cam that is currently showing that view. It depends. Like, that's the one that's on a tripod so I can move it around and stuff. But yeah, we're heading into the time when wood stove cam is going to become a thing. I'm going to have to conserve my heating fuel also for the same reason of, like, hurting my budget with a car, but at the same time, I have already purchased all of the firewood, hopefully, that I'll need for the winter, and the fuel oil that I'll need for the winter, so that's good, at least. And yeah, we've got... So the idea is to make something happen where you can start with this rather dry and not loud sounding thing. Let me scooch this back a hair. Come on. There we go. There we go. So if we do discontinuity, we can get a loudness cue out of that. Although it's more subtle on that, honestly. And then if we did tape hack, that's much more like having a red knob for louder, where you can do this. And just brings things right up front. And then you combine them. To get something kind of like that. And I can use output to pad it down. So you can see it's the difference between having one knob that can go from this to this. Or even push as hard into this. And the idea is one control modulates both of those things. So rather than have it be a dial a crunch kind of thing, I just need to have it start out super duper clean and with no discontinuity alterations. And then be able to push it that far on a single slider, which can translate to that single knob, again, my red knob on the console thing, where it lets you just push it that far. Because different things are going to want different type of stuff for that, but drums are very likely to always work nicely with this combination of things. Hitting drums with tape is always good. Having drums sound loud is always good. It should be possible. So one of the things I wonder whether I can do to start off with, output is going to work about the same. Hey, Crex, I'm glad to hear it. We're working on another one today. I need to convert top TB to another 0 to 1 control. Unless it would be better to have it as a unity gain to full crank control, which might be, it might just be that it would work to have a totally clean option. I guess it's worth experimenting with. So the first thing I would want to do is figure out what the actual ratio is of top dB when I set it to these things. Because I'm not going to have to refer to a dB level. Instead, it's going to be implicit. I also wonder whether I can get some of this sound, so maybe this is worth me fooling with before even getting into the rest of it. Let's experiment with this first. I want to see whether I need 3 stages of discontinuity or whether I can go with only one. Because if I can go with only one, and the rest of this is going to be about the same as it was before, if I can go with only one, you'll get more track count out of large mixes. And it might also find its way into 2-tape H, like this one, not discontinuity specifically, but this one might find its way into, not 2-tape, but console H. There's always a place for doing hip-hop stuff and one of your options being slamming it into a tape machine. I'm sure that's the sort of thing that would work out nicely, especially with the way that tape hack lets you put stuff up front it just seems like a natural match. So for now, tape-hack is minimized. It's at 0.1 and unity gain output. And top dB goes from here to here. Yeah, this is not one where you can really hear the difference. So I need to select a different area. How about trying this area? This is a track that people are more or less familiar with. It's Alien Kittens. So what happens when I do this is you're going to hear the distortion more clearly. So we can do this. That's supposed to be the sound of it is so loud that it's distorting the air. That's what discontinuity does. We can dial it back a hair. And it's supposed to be able to apply this so that the lows sound loud too. And you can push it this far. So then the next question, we'll make another build. Let's just make another build and comment out this. Now there's only one stage of what we have here. This hard clipping is also doing something. It has to do, if I am not mistaken, with how far the range is able to modulate. And there are things I can do about that as well. For instance, up here you see that this sort of delay in here, I can also experiment with this a little bit more. Find out what DSC buff is. And if we're doing that, we can also comment those out because we're not using them. It's A, B, and C, and we've just deleted it and left only one stage of this discontinuity thing. I need to find out whether that sounds nice, whether there's anything useful to be done with it. It's sort of preset. And if I save that and go over to here, we can see I'm going to be hacking with this top dB thing. Hey, Antrev, so that instead of actually being a dB number, it's just a value between 0 and 1. At which point, I can figure out how to, and I think I could make that value be more extreme even. I don't know because I only used the Minecraft server on Tuesday briefly. If it seems laggy, I don't know why that would be. Maybe somebody's attacking it. It's just a server in my basement, and it's this old laptop. So I don't know what the deal is. I can look into it a little bit, but I got a bunch of work like this to do. One of the things I must do is figure out how to scale this top dB thing so that it goes from 0 to 1. And then I have to balance it with the tape hack. Oh, you're not disrupting. I won't let you disrupt. If I have to focus, I will. DSC buff is the size of the additional delay in here. So that has to do with how much latency is included in it, because discontinuity is based on having 3 separate little delays that modulate. That's how it makes the sound that it makes. So I'm going to bump this up. I'm going to bump it up to 128. That's not really going to make, or even more. Let's see what it does. And that builds in a kind of delay that's going to be related to what the setting is made to do. But now we only have one stage of it. See? We've got one stage of this rather than 3 stages of it. They all work about the same. And they're all based on like a delay that is modified by the loudness of the, not always power of 2, but I can use those if I like. I like doing gain changes in powers of 2. For instance, you'll notice here it says dBA position L times equals 0.5. An important thing about powers of 2 gain changing is that when you're using floating point numbers and you change it by a power of 2 like that, you don't have to change the number of what's called the mantissa. You only are changing the exponent. What that means is it doesn't have to be requantized. And floating point numbers do get requantized. You always have to generate a mantissa and an exponent. And if you're changing a mantissa, that means it's doing some quantization, like you do when you're going to 16-bit or whatever. So I've been learning how to not do as much of that. And corrects, I do not find AI to be helpful. The stuff that I'm doing is not already out there. There's places like, I don't know, web development, where everything that you want to do is something that other people have already done over and over again, and you want to do a correct version of something that everybody does. Airwindows is all about trying to do stuff that other people don't do because it started with me not being satisfied with how plugins sounded, and I've been working on that ever since. So now let's see. First, let's find out whether this works all by itself. I've changed the number of things and I've increased the size of a thing. I increased the size of DSC buff, and it's a little tiny buffer that the plugin runs so that it can modulate the frequency. In fact, it is modulating the frequency like this. Both of these are getting added to the output value, and the thing on the very end that says 1.0 minus dBi and then times dBi, that is a linear interpolation between two sample values. Well, thank you, Krex. I know what being called the goat means, and it doesn't mean I go, meh, but I do my best. I've been doing my best for some time, and I don't actually try to lean on AIs for any of that stuff. So that's probably one of the reasons I've gotten as far as I have, for those who enjoy how far I've got. Anyway, I have just generated that. So here's our new sound. And here, let's scooch this out of the way so I can see it more clearly, is the same sample audio that I had before. So now it's going to be a little bit different. And with a bit of luck, I'll finish up all of this stuff in time to enjoy my taco dinner, because I have tacos on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's my streaming days. Let's now hear what this sounds like, and also whether it breaks or crashes or does something. So now I only have one stage of this. It's still letting me crank all the way up. And you know something? I think it actually sounds okay. It's kind of gnarly, it's kind of over loud, but I think it kind of sounds okay. I think I can use only one stage of this. It is clamping it down very quiet at this stage, but that's fine too. Yeah, so that distortion. I think the next question, before we're even getting into making TopDB act differently and give me a 0 to 1 control setting, is this. Should I be going into TAPAC before hitting the output, or should I be going into it after? Because you see, if I do it like this, if I crank up TAPAC, it just stays at that same quiet level, but goes even more intense like this. So it can do that. And that is indeed very intense. Put it back, there we go. But if we had this going on, including the gain staging that I'm doing, but that ran into tape hack, it would gain stage it back up to full volume again. So maybe what I need to be doing is doing discontinuity, the top dB, the processing that I'm doing here to make it sound like it's coming through air and being loud. Maybe I need to do that before tape hack so that tape hack can bump it back up to full volume again. Let's see. Let's find out how that works. It's also possible that I should run literally all of discontinuity first and then into tape hack, because right now they're kind of combined together. So output and input gain have to do with tape hack, and I've got output gain at literally, it's unity gain basically. If tape hack was functioning, it's calculated out so that output gain, this actually gives me unity gain at full crank. That's the number it ended up doing for this algorithm here. Again, degenerate form of a Taylor series to approximate sine is all tape hack is. It's just a transfer function thing. In theory, you could do one to exactly match it and put it back to normal again. Also, degenerate form of a Taylor series means to do a really sine, you'd have to do many more of these to make it accurate. This is not an accurate sine, but it has special tonal qualities that I appreciate. So yeah. So here's our input gain stuff. If we moved all of this literally over to here, see, I can drag this to between this bit and this bit. If I do that, there we go, there we go, boop. We really have them separate now. So this is, it's like you had two separate plugins now. Well, I mean, there's also the possibility of running the tape machine and then using discontinuity to make that sit like it was acoustic sound. But the thing about tape hack is it has its own funny way of suppressing high frequency crunchiness. Let's see what we got. This might actually be the perfect setup. This might actually be the perfect setup of doing it. Or if we wanted to get really funky, we could put discontinuity in the middle of this. Like, see this? We could put discontinuity in the middle of that. Not necessarily there. That's before anything was done. We're making a calculation, we're adjusting the gain, but then this is where we start actually subtracting or adding anything. So we could put discontinuity, we could put individual bits of discontinuity in between these stages if we wanted. I don't know what that would sound like, but we could totally do it if we wanted. Because these are the stages we're looking at. Like, we're looking at this up here. We're probably fine with running with this. And I like the idea anyhow, because that means that it's doing a similar thing. There's the chunk that is the simplified version of discontinuity. Seems like I've got about the right amount of alteration to the sound, stripping it down to the single instance. And that's probably going to end up being just fine. My idea was I was going to be able to do it after the tape thing and add the air discontinuity stuff, but in terms of sounding like people's experience of like classic recordings of stuff, that's often going to be loud sounds in air being recorded by a microphone and then hitting tape. It's less likely to be loud sounds that are recorded to tape and then played through some air. So this is like the whole concept of asking questions like this is, do we want to do it the way that it existed in the wild? Or do we get to reinvent it? Do we get to reinvent it and have it operate in some very different way? Could we run 2 instances of discontinuity and sandwich it between? That could happen. We could totally make that happen. Of course, to do that, I have to hit undo a bunch. Check this out. Boop, boop, boop. I can put this back. And maybe split these up. And let's assume that our clamping with the input sample is still correct, because that matters. It doesn't behave properly if I don't do this. I also don't know exactly what that number might not stay. Yeah, hybrid. So I like the sound of that. Let's play. Let's make that happen. Firstly, we copy this. Oh, I cut it. So let's repaste it twice. Paste and then paste. And let's instead copy this one and paste it. Technically, that's not even where air discontinuity ends. So let's move this so that they literally describe what lives in the whole plugin. I will later use a control to find out whether I really need it to be negative 0.222. That doesn't mean it's clipping, because the thing about the discontinuity plugin is that it is quite capable of having a top dB number where it is like multiply by make it much quieter and then apply this stuff. A non-clipping input sample would actually not touch it. And then that would mean that this would never actually apply, so we wouldn't actually have it clipped. There's also another way that I can phrase that too, namely this. Here's my clipping. Let's do that. We're going to do some of this because we can. So 0.222 is the key figure here. Boop. Bingo. That does the same thing as that math. Ooh, except for we're going to want to remove that. And then that replaces those if statements. May or may not be more efficient doing that. It's smaller and tidier doing that, so I'm fine with it. And that's what I'm doing currently to replace the if it's louder or if it's quieter than a particular value. So that should work. And then I do have to scooch up here and uncomment this. We do need the B sample, or the B array, dBAL and dBBL. We do need both of those because now we're using it. Those I never did comment out. In fact, you know what? I can remove the stuff that I'm not using as I move forward. And now all we got to do is move this where it needs to be. There. So now we've got double the discontinuities on a slightly larger array than I started with. I finished all of my coffee. It was delicious. I'm not sure an ISO box filled with argon would actually help. You know, I would willingly sell off the ISO box that I made, but it doesn't have an amplifier with it. And I do kind of have to hang on to the amplifier that I've got. I've put the amplifier that I've got, which is simply a Valve Junior, in a box that I made myself with the Celestion Vintage 30. And then I may very well end up not using that, but it does produce a nice sort of chunky tone. And with the suitable stomp box, it'll do a high gain crunch too. But yeah, and I can also use it for reamping stuff. Like one of the things that I tried in a recent recording was doing entirely pointy guitar for gain and stuff, and then taking the output of that channel and running it through an output of my Motu and into that tube amp, which I had to turn way the heck down. I have to figure out how to do that better. But into that tube amp so that I could have the output of the set up pointy guitar going straight into a loud speaker and getting feedback off of it. And it worked. It absolutely worked. So you can have a feedback high gain guitar sound, or indeed a classic rock feedback guitar sound, and then have all of the distortion and amp-like sounds coming from in the box. So you have the DI, but you also have a distortion guitar sound with feedback. Hey, Crex, I might know the people in that company. It is just possible. It depends. Like, Baron, nobody has to listen to what I say. I'm just doing the best that I can. A lot of the people that are good at programming kind of look down their noses at me because I'm not very good at programming. What I'm doing is not sophisticated programming-wise. This is very primitive. But that's also why it's very efficient as far as not eating your CPU too much. Enough about this talk. Let's fire this up, see if it builds. It does. And then play with it a little bit more and see what we got. Components, yes, that's correct. I'll get too distracted doing all of this stuff and then not be paying very good attention. So now we, in theory, have tape hack inside between two layers of discontinuity, which is less than the 3 layers it started with. That is going to cause discontinuity to clip down to quiet levels again, which might or might not be what we want. But it will lift up the clamp down output levels of the first discontinuity, so that might be interesting to hear. Let's see what we got. Top dB down. So top dB up. Seems to work. I feel a thumpiness going on too. Like you might hear some of that, even though I don't have a DI. Listen to the deep lows. My mic is pointing away from the speakers, but you might still hear it. I feel like there's sort of a throbbing there. And then if we do tape hack, okay, that's beefy, but it's not clipping. Then if we do both, so that's the beefiest or the fullest amount of acoustic distortion. And then when we start bringing this up, we get the combination with tape hack in the middle of those two things. Not sure of this. It's pretty beefy. I can. Let's do that. So that's kind of neat. That's the maximum amount of tape hack gain I have on tap, which doesn't mean I couldn't add more. And as we continue to push it, we get it suppressing. So I'm guessing the thing to think about next is if I have that amount of tape hack, I have two levels of discontinuity, and this is making it possible to suppress it really hard. If I pull it back, at what stage does it start not sounding like it was such a weird effect, and instead sounding more like it is just acoustic loud? Because there's certainly a texture here. Let's try. Tape hack only. Okay, that's where it is just beginning to suppress the output. 24. And maybe playing with less drive on there. It seems like if I design this correctly, I can blend both of those sounds and have it sort of step on the gain progressively so that I end up with equal volume, but it gets sculpted into this sort of overloud sound. Like if I do this same thing, and I think the next stage before going any farther with this is to make Top dB do a ratio rather than this going to 140. And I'll tell you what I mean by that when I get back into it. I need to get rid of this 70 to 140 business, but I'm a little puzzled as to exactly how I'm going to go about that. So let's first figure out what it needs, how it's making that happen. And yeah, to hear what this is doing more correctly, I'm probably going to lean on the Alien Kittens, and I'm going to lean on the guitar sound that I have in there. Because the thing about drums is that you can make it sit and sound right, including when it's heavily distorted. And that's pretty much what this is about, but I shouldn't be hearing that much of so here's the thing. Those drums don't sound necessarily that loud as recorded, but the drums are like being wailed on with hickory 2B sticks, and that is actually a very loud sound. So it's already got air discontinuity in there. It's already got discontinuity, so you don't really hear whether more is being added or not, because it's already a phenomenon that's happening. So in some sounds like that, some sounds like drums that have been recorded aren't clipping, but were being played incredibly loud, the air's already doing what discontinuity does. And changing the amount that's being added doesn't give you that much. Whereas with stuff like the close-up guitar amp sound, it shows up a lot more aggressively on that. Oh, it's very much in the peaks. It's able to smush the peaks in a way that I think has great promise. Also, the Alien Kitten stuff, that's useful because that's a mix, and that has bass. And so the balancing of things is probably going to work out very well there. What I'm moving towards is both setting up top dB to go from 0 to 1 and still cover the same basic range in a way that it doesn't break, but it also doesn't go beyond appropriate settings. At some point, I'm going to fool with that 0.222 measurement and see whether I can push beyond that or whether it'll make it blow up. Because I don't want it to blow up. Blowing up means it set the position for the array lookup to be larger than it can actually be. So it will crash if I get that part wrong. But I can explore what would be closer to having it be wrong. I might not need that exact setting. And yeah, first order of business is figuring out how I can turn top dB from a simulated dB rating, like it is in discontinuity, to just this is a knob that goes from 0 to 1. I also think that the way it's being scaled, it will produce less latency if it's attempting to do a quieter sound. And that's good because that'll make everything a little more responsive. Everything that I do with discontinuity or disintegrate automatically throws in a little bit of latency, and I can get a sense of how much that is by sneaking in a dry wet and including a little bit of that. It has no use in this basic kind of plugin, but it will show me how much latency I actually have by the level of flanginess that it gets. So one thing at a time. Firstly, RefDB is going from 70 to 140. Oh, and also check this out. So top dB, which we begin calculating things by multiplying input sample by top dB, as you can see there. And then we're clamping it between minus 0.222, but look at how much we're dividing it to start with. Input sample times top dB, it starts as minus 0.0000000000075. So we're basically quieting it down an insane amount before doing this. And then dividing by that puts it back up to the, this doesn't necessarily interfere with the loudness at all. And in fact, if we left it alone, the tape hack wouldn't be able to distort hardly at all because it would be so far away from its distorting points. So we do have to bring that in each time. We've also not experimented with just only having tape hack at the end, but I'm thinking it's probably nice the way it is. I guess we'll find out. We'll start finding out. So 10 to the power of RefDB divided by 20. Let's see what kind of numbers we start getting. Busting out the calculator. So RefDB, let's say 140 is where we start to hear it getting real crunchy. So we're wanting to zero in on that. Also, multiplication is commutative, so I can make this calculation and then make the other calculation. 140 divided by 20. 7. So 10 to the 7th power, that's going to be a big number again. Actually, I can do that on... Do I have a handy calculator that can do that on here? Probably. So 10 to the 7th power is what we're looking at. So distortion gets us into this zone. Now let's see whether we can use this and copy and paste to do another mathematical thing. Here's where we start. And let's see. Times, paste. Boom. So this should be the number we resulted in at 140. Interesting. So bear in mind, if we have 10 to the power of something much smaller, it's going to be less. It looks to me kind of like TopDB is going to be, we can simply put that to a 0 to 1. And as long as it doesn't actually go to be 0, because we have to divide by it later. Can I, oh, you can't see it? It's hiding underneath my face. Yeah, what this is telling me is that what I end up with as TopDB can indeed be between 0 and 1. I feel pretty confident that that can be between 0 and 1. But it's got to be between 0 and 1 times overall scale. That might change matters. So what we can do is this. We'll use parameter d, and we'll make sure it's not 0, because we have to divide by it. If we divide by 0, we have trouble. Actually, hang on. And you know what? This is meaningless because we've already got this existing in the audio program, and it's remembering its settings. So if it's remembering its settings, what I tell it to default to won't matter anymore. It's already going to be 0. So I do have to make a little correction to make sure it doesn't go crazy. We'll save that. And then copy. And then I'm going to put in a, I could do an if statement, but I could just do the thing that I did before. Fmax it would be. And we don't need this anymore. So if we divide by 0.001, it will not crash. And if we scooch it all the way to 1, it'll be 1 times overall scale, meaning it will be a larger number, and that will be distorting quite hard. But yeah, if we wanted to gain stage it a little bit, we can do stuff like this, and then it'll make the whole thing kind of shift around. And I'll leave that alone for the moment. Also, I am going to make a pit stop in a minute, but perhaps not right this instant. We can do this. So Fmax means if this is actually 0, then it's going to be 1 rather, because it'll be the maximum of either of those two values. And that'll stop it from crashing, we hope. And let's see. And then all of these are operating the same. To the left is less, to the right is more. Meaning that I could do a trial version. I'll put it on parameter f. Remembering we want to end up with one knob that controls both of these things. If I do this correctly, I can have those values, and then I can scale them both by final knob, meaning if I have them at an appropriate balance, final knob will do exactly what I want. And then I can just end up with them at whatever balance they end up being, and then build that into final knob, which will end up being parameter A up at the top. And we're no longer using this, so we can have this be blank. Boop. And that too. And F being final knob, lovely, fine, excellent, all that I wished. Oh, that's going to have the Fmax in there. But I should be able to do this. Okay, so let's see. If that is multiplied by k param f, it also answers to final knob. So that'll work fine. And then if this is perhaps in parenthesis, so I still get to use the full range of that, but then that is also times final knob. If I set final knob to 1, these are all normal, but then I get to manipulate it and it will move both of them at the same time. And I can do it like that. And you can see how if I multiply by this incredibly tiny number, the discontinuity stuff isn't really going to do anything because it's all at too quiet a level. And then we jack it back up, apply the distortion, jack it right back down to the quiet level again, and then apply that stuff again. So let's see what we've got. This should actually be doing a thing. In theory, this will give me something. And we built the new plugin. And I don't need that calculator anymore. Turns out, small number equals small volume. I had somebody asking for something like a compressor with a hold parameter recently. Components. Let's see what we've got and whether it breaks. Because there's always the possibility that it breaks. I don't know whether it'll break or not. We'll find out. Back to here. Nothing will happen until we turn final knob up, so we'll start with that. New loud will be the discontinuity, so let's set it around the middle for the starters. This no longer matters. Let's see if it makes a noise or breaks or does something horrible. Okay, cool. So we got that going on. So we can clamp it down to here. This is the range that the other one was working in. Previously, we would turn this up to like 140. And instead, it's going to here. And the non-distorty stuff is down here, and this is super quiet. We can indeed distort this a lot. Let's see if final knob works. It does. Although it is making it go down to silence rather than going down to quiet. I have not thought about clip-only 3 recently. I would not doubt you that I have talked about that on Blue Sky. It may have been a passing thought. I might have had an idea for something to do. So this is in fact sounding like loudness. What we don't have is the ability for, ooh, also it went kind of crazy when I jerked the control around. That's a bit of a problem. What I don't have is it going down to unity gain. But I may be able to do something about that. Let's see. All right, so input gain is param b times 10. So if param b was 0, here's the amount of extra boost that it gets. Param b started out as a thing where you could turn it all the way down to silence. And 0.1, much as it is on the Z plugins, the Z filter plugins, they're set up so that unity gain is at 0.1. As you can see, 0.1 times 10 would be 1. Input gain would be 1, meaning unity gain. I can make sure we're not attenuating this, and it dials itself back to just as clean as it can go by simply adding 1 to all of this combined. So it can never be less than 1, but it can be more. Excuse me. Now, input gain will never go down below 1. I can also throw in some gain staging on this, but right now we're not doing that. Might be worth doing that. I can find out. I have a feeling that I'm going to want to stage the gain so that it starts to get fuller and go into the tape effect thing. Also, I could end up with balancing it out so that it is slightly less than unity gain. That would be another trim. So let's throw in the other trim. This is why I have all these controls available at the moment. H is going to be the one. So if I set it up so that unity gain always ends up making things a little bit louder because of the way that it works out, I can set unity trim to be slightly smaller, have it set to 1, switch it in and out, and then go for like no boostiness with minimal discontinuity and minimal tape hack by simply having that go to be less than 1. Let's see whether this works. Adding another control, because the other control is sitting there. Oh, I've renamed it, so it's going to be parameter H. And then we simply throw it in here. It's there to be used. And now I need to set it. And doing this means that I have that adjustment to add if I wish. And param F, fair, that's all fine. That'll go from 0 to 1. Oh, I remember. And I wanted to have this be more of a gain staging. The way we do that is we're changing the taper of the control. Oops, that is an oops. It meant to be here. When I say taper of the control, what I mean is that if param B goes linearly from 0 to 1, and it's having a really big, powerful effect right away, then what's happening is I need to make it so that if it goes to like 0.5, like about halfway, it doesn't have as big of an effect as far as making things loud and saturated, so that that can kick in more later. That's when I talk about things like taper. And that's what this does, is I can make input gain taper differently. I could also throw that into more of these additional controls. But I can make it taper differently so that the additional loudness boost doesn't kick in as aggressively early on, and then it ramps up until when you start cranking it out, that's when you start getting the craziness happening. And again, everything is going to be riding on param F, which will manage all of the... And we can do things like, if supersaturation is useful, we could have this be an even bigger taper, like to the power of 4, and then multiply it by a bigger number in the end, which will make it go to a higher level of total distortion. I could go to something like 16, which is a power of 2, but this is a control input, so it doesn't really matter as much whether the mantissa is untouched. That's not going to have there's too much else going on to worry about that. But older item. Let's fire this up. It's going to be more interesting when we fire up some of the other things, but we're playing with drums because I was asked to play with drums. And now we're going to see some of the new controls that I made. Like unity trim would be 1. If I bring this down, then the quietest setting for, I guess it's going to be input is at full crank, new loud is sort of halfway. And, well, let's see what we've got. New loud is the same as this dB control. Final knob is where I'm trying to find the loudness and stuff in here. So this is supposed to be the same as unity gain. I'm willing to believe that's the same as unity gain. Although my drum hits are going to 0, I've got 2 dB down rather than just having unity gain. Unity trim has to be larger rather than quieter. But having it set up like this, now we can do this. So that's now full distortion and full discontinuity. That's actually pushing me to unity gain. So I can immediately see something that I can do. Namely, let's make unity trim go beyond 1. And there's a very quick way that I can do that that will work just fine. Also, I'm feeling the need to, let's check what that control was. Plus get param H. H was the one. I go and find H up here. And all I'm going to need to do is make its maximum value be like 2.0. When we load this back up again, build succeeded, very good, very good. When we load this back up again, that control is going to now be sitting in the middle of its travel rather than all the way towards the end. And I'll tell you why. I changed the maximum range of the control, but it's going to remember that it was set to 1. As follows. Let me set the drums up there. So that control is now going to be set to 1, but it can go to 2. This one does nothing. This is what that one previously was, so it's about 0.2. I wonder if that relates to the 0. No, probably not. I have a 0.222 elsewhere in the program. Final knob is where I'm going to want to have it. So this is unity gain. This is some densely distorted, loud sounding thing. And in the middle is going to be ranges of kind of boosted and increasing intensity without actually making it be any louder. And I'm going to be doing some of that stuff not on drum sounds. But here's unity trim. Needing to work like this. So that needs to hit 0 on that drum hit. That's not 0 yet. Not quite 0 either. Still not quite. Interesting, still not quite. I wasn't expecting this level of boost. Also, is this really balancing, or is this actually louder than it was when I started? It's making it louder than it was when I started. That's not necessarily wrong, though. What about this? Okay, so this is all very interesting. Some of this answers to output. Let's see what happens now that we have like 6 dB of gain going in. Like, watch this. So that's the raw sound. And this is trying to make those peaks be a comparable sound. It's automatically a bunch louder all by itself. Oh, I also did not have, oh no, new loud. You were supposed to be in here somewhere. So final knob is the one that's going to be the end result. And halfway up, that's really upfront. And then we're starting to get into that distorty zone. And then we can go crazy. I'm still wondering whether maybe I should be using tape hack as the output stage, which will automatically make all the output peaks be literally 1. I am wondering about that. Also, I see a bunch of chat, so let me take a moment and read chat. You need way more saturation than you think, but you can't have any more than that. Fair. As far as classical recordings, I tend to go for the really old ones. Like, listen to Mercury Living Presence off of old records, RCA Shaded Dogs off of old records. That's really kind of where it's at, and it's a very different experience. I wouldn't be looking to CDs and modern recordings for classical music. Doesn't really get the vibe. The old records get more of the vibe because you're normally listening to orchestras from rather far away. And you're not going to hear that off of modern recordings typically. So let's see. First of all, we'll quit out of here. This can stay as potentially a boost, as I'm not sure what the accurate value is going to be. And to answer my next question, what do we get if we go back to just one version of discontinuity? Meaning that the high gain boosty stuff is the final output. That will simplify things. I don't have to do anything more. It'll still work the way I want. Let's see whether we can make this do something interesting. I know I have a lot more gain on tap than I had as far as being able to heighten the behavior of this. I'm interested to see whether it goes to some kind of crazy zone. And if it does, then I will know whether I can play with the balances of it using something like the guitar or Alien Kittens, with the assumption of, yeah, this has an enormous amount of gain on tap. I can probably even add more gain, like this adds more gain, and this adds more of a taper so it won't all kick in at the earliest opportunity. And with all that, maybe that's going to get me into the zone. So let's see. Also, one quiet thing I can do in here is this is the same, but makes it more clear that param F, which is my final adjustment, is modulating the amount of this, but they're both subject to overall scale because it's going afterwards. It doesn't make any difference mathematically, but it makes me feel more like this is how this normally is meant to work. And I can do some experiments using probably my multiple sample rates for Alien Kittens to do that. Let's quick do this, and then I'm going to take a brief break. Probably eat a slice of cheese and use the facilities. But before we do that, let's play with this. We're going to have a very different behavior now. Final knob is at 0. Very good. Weirdly, it makes a loud noise when I kick it in. Okay, that is easily getting me clipping on the output. Oh, I have Unity trim on 2. Yeah. So here's my bypass. You know what? I am going to just zero in on that one part that I know is maximally loud. In bypass, that's supposed to hit 0. Let's see how close we come. Need some more boost. Yeah, even running through this at 0, it is still giving me a gain boost. Let's go for similar apparent volume. There we are. Sounds a little bit louder when I bypass it. So it's taken about 1.5 dB off, while sounding exactly the same. Arguably, it's making it sound a little better. Okay, so that's probably fine for Unity trim. I can that feels more like comparable gain. So that can be the beginning part. And here's final knob. So we've added more gain now, and we've made it a steeper cutoff. So we can do this. Did I forget to... I think I might have forgotten to copy it over. Let's check. I did. Look at that. So yeah, what I did was I hit build, and I made this, but I did not copy it into the folder. Now if I do this, I should have my most recent updates. I think it's one of those things like Mythbusters found out that if you needed to go and use the restroom, it was as distracting as being drunk. It's been a while since I've been drunk, but I do need to go. So here we go again. That goes to 1. Okay, now we're about 1.6 dB down, but it does sound kind of like we have a comparable amount. I wonder whether output is going to need to be adjusted, because output is padding very slightly. That might be doing it. That might be what's doing it. And final knob means we can go for getting super loud. We're clipping at the correct level. I feel like I need to scale the tape pack volume down even more, but it might be just fine. Yeah, I could scale it down a bit more. But we can also do this. See, that is now using New Loud to pin it. Here's final knob. See, what's happening is we have the discontinuity running before tape pack, meaning that tape pack is amplifying it back up again, which formerly would not be happening because tape pack normally just starts clamping when you distort it this heavily, but that's not happening right now. And previously it was like this, but then if we and probably if I pick a different sound, we'll hear it more clearly. Again, drums don't show this very easily because they are already very loud. So let's see. And hey, Numinous. I'm glad that you were enjoying the best. Always weirds me out when people can't get to best to work. So final knob. Here's Alien Kittens, and then we can distort it to crud, like this. And then we can do this. No matter what we do, we're slamming the heck out of it, though, which is a bit of a concern. But I can continue to fool with it. One of the things that I did was like crank the maximum gain up way more than even I had for tape hack. Maybe that's simply not necessary. Maybe I can dial it right back instead. And I can test that out by simply using the input knob. Let's find out. So roughly 1.5. And then that is scaling the overdrive left. And then new loud, we can hear the distortion that makes. But at a half, we don't want it to make that much distortion, so it's like this. Here it's clean this way. Here's the discontinuity dirty. And here is the tape hack dirty. So now we are basically finally at the point where we can go between input and new loud and balance out the amount of overdrive we want at this middle position of final knob. So that if you have your red knob all the way down, it acts clean, and then you can bring it up to a sort of boosted level that's really upfront and direct, and then crank beyond that to ridiculous levels if you so desire. That is coming next. Right now, I am going to do something else. I do not know how to make plugins run with GPU using the SDK GPU audio released. I honestly don't know what that is. Let's go into this and fire up my audio hijack so that I can hear it, at least a little bit, and do the same thing I did before. And I feel this has been a productive day as far as dialing this stuff in. I have walked you through all of the stuff that I did in hopes that people who would also like to code things can get something out of that. Let's also skip ahead of this a little bit. I feel like this is where it should start. Although that's not necessarily so, but that's just my feeling. I don't even know what this is. We'll find out soon enough. Shifting of bits off, and enjoy. I'll be back pretty soon. Or maybe not. I don't know. That's pretty crunchy. Have fun. don't know whether I should apologize for that or not, but there we are. That was some of the Bastel-Castel jamming I was doing in a earlier live stream. I did a whole Castel jamming live stream. So let me bail out of there. Get back to the actual work I'm doing. And let's see. And here's where we were left. So if we are at 0.5, it's meant to not be too intense of an effect. Let me see, making sure that I can see chat properly again. And here's what we can do. We can distort with tape hack. Here's tape hack. That's happening afterwards. And we can distort with new loud. And tape hack can make up the gain for that. And our overall gain is still being limited a little bit. So, interesting. So when I use new loud, I wonder if I should be tapering this too. So one thing is I am able to get a hefty bass boost going on that. We can quit out of there for the moment. And yeah, I'm wondering whether I can do another taper so that the middle section applies this top dB stuff, applies this discontinuity stuff, but I get to ramp it way up going further. And let's see, did I in fact make the change? I did not. I did not make the change for input gain that allows me to scale back how tape hack tapers. It's doing a power of 3 and then multiplied by 16, which is probably more than I want or need. So I'm thinking, and you know, I can make that controllable too. We could put everything on controls here. Like tape hack max could be I. Save that. And then all I have to do is .me. We're doing fine. And this changes from F, copy, paste, to I. And now rather than having it be times 16 of whatever this was, it gets to be times whatever I want. So I can dial back the full crank setting and keep it at the taper of third power of 3.0. That's probably enough manipulation on this, but I do need to also do top dB as another power function. So that's going to be D times F to, let's say, the power of 2. I probably don't need to ramp it up any higher than that. So now that's in the power function, and overall scale goes outside of that. And then comma 2 means now that control is to the power of 2. So what's going to happen is if I have input param f in the middle, I can move input gain and also the replacement for a top dB and dial in the amount of tapehack and discontinuity each one has. And then as I crank it all the way up, I will get to scale back the amount of extra tapehack boost it has relative to the rest of the stuff. And manipulating both of those things should mean I can fiddle with it until it gets into the realm that I need. This is getting right down to, oh, hi, what's going on here? Oh, I've just typed the wrong letter, that's all. That's harmless. But invalid suffix of B. I didn't know you could put any letters after floating point numbers. Oh, you can do this. 2.0f means float rather than double. B doesn't exist. Let's build that again. And let's copy it over. And let's fire this up. And we're going to bounce back and forth between all of these things in order to get something that's reasonable. Because I'm dialing in on the final settings now, using all of the extra things that I've added. So let's see, tapehack max, this is the 16. I was thinking about taking it down to 8 or so. Let's see how this all works. Final at 0.5. Here's the amount of tapehack boost. That's too much for 0.5. Here's the amount of discontinuity. I can hear the change in tone as it kicks in. You can hear where it gets crunchy. Maybe I want to dial some of these things in using the guitar. Let's try that. What does this loudness sound like? Ah, that's going to be much more useful. I need to make it work with this. And then here's final knob again. So it needs to have a transformative tonal effect as I manipulate this. That's pretty crunchy. Yeah, okay. So now it's starting to get in the zone where I can reduce it down to one knob and it'll be doing the range of adjustments I want. Up to too much. And halfway ought to be still recognizable. So that's plain. little less than halfway is maybe a little bigger, but not too crazy. And for a saturated sound like that, we can push it real hard. Quick thought here. I wonder if these should be the same power function. I wonder if these should be the same, like on new loud here, I have got it at power of 2. For the K-Pack part, that's a power of 3. I could have both of them be a power of 3. At which point I would need to turn final knob up a hair to match if it's balanced perfectly. So let's find out what happens if we try that. So input gain, that's the K-Pack part, that's a power of 3. Top dB, this can also be a power of 3. And then they will be following the same taper, which might be exactly what I want. There's still adjustment to be made between them, and that will be done by K-param I, which is the amount of this that it gets. K-param I is manipulating whether the K-Pack thing just automatically has lots of boost along its taper or not so much. So this remaining control is the one that will have me balancing the K-Pack effect and the discontinuity effect and making the one lesser or greater or whatever. Because now the taper is the same each way. Back into here. And back into our program. And now is where we're going to really bounce around and go between different sounds. We'll try the drums. We'll crank it way up on the drums. We'll try it on Alien Kittens. We'll maybe even try it on the sweep, the sine sweep, and see if we can get that sounding clean. But first, back to that guitar where we can hear all of these effects very obviously. It's very chuggy. Okay, so I can use bypass to play with this a little bit. I feel like this is getting in the zone. I'm starting to get there. Well, how about Unity trim maybe? That's about 377. This is a good medium loudness noise too. 368. 358. Yeah, that's a good unity trim setting. Doesn't change in sound too much, doesn't change in apparent volume hardly at all. That works. Got there. And then we can do this. So at a roughly centered setting, Tape-Hack Max is now the trim between these two effects. Actually, no, Tape-Hack Max is like this. It's sounding like about the same sound still. I'm also liking the way in which it's sort of gaining in intensity, but it doesn't seem like it's coming forward in any drastic way. This is starting to come into its place as far as being the correct effect. Alien Kitten section, engage. So that's supposed to be about the same as bypass. It does sound like about the same as bypass. Except I think it's making it sound better. We're doing an added beefiness thing here. We're doing an obvious loudinator thing here. Oop, hang on. That's supposed to be 1.2. There we go. That's not the one I wanted. It's this one I wanted. So normal, neutral, ordinary. When I'm fiddling around with Tape-Hack Max in this way, which is altering sort of the maximum level of boost I can get out of it at this full crank setting, I have the opportunity of dialing in on this Alien Kitten setting between sort of just overdriven and overdriven in which the lows come forwards and out and become bombastic, which sounds kind of like this. Ordinary. Exaggerated. So logically, maybe the way I want to dial it in is so that those extreme lows are obviously expanded and boosted and stuff, but are not coming forwards more than they originally were. Because if they're coming forwards, they're throwing the overall tonal balance out. But if I have them just being very obvious without changing the character very much, I might be onto something as far as being able to do a really good sort of bloom of full crank discontapity boost. And that seems good, so let's see if we can make it happen. That's interesting. I'm feeling certain that I want to keep it kind of not drastically altering the sound of everything, just maximizing it like this. See, that's beefy. We can go from plain, which is still at full crank, to beefy. Oh no, your autumn forest ate your internet? Hi. Yeah, this is going pretty good, I may say. I think I'm about ready to boil it down to a final knob and call it done. I do perhaps have some more stuff to play with, but then I can do that, certainly. Here's the drums again. So clean, up to. That's basically the same amount of drive. Doesn't really, something that peaky, I think sounds just fine at final knob of 0.5. But we should be able to push it further by cranking it more. Let's see. Oh, we're in bypass, that's why we're not hearing it. Okay, here we go. Plain, boosted, So that's neat. It sounds like through dialing it in using Alien Kittens and the bass on that, I can test it on this too. Like with this, you will absolutely hear it kick in as it gets louder. It just becomes more upfront, up to about 0.5. But then we can push it way farther. So relatively plain up front, way beyond. I think we got something that ought to work pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to put it out this weekend, but this could come out pretty soon, I think. I do believe it's getting into a zone where that actually works. I want to try it on some other sample audio first. And I've got a couple of hours before even like thawing out my cheese for tacos. So all in all, this is going well. What do we have? Oh, I've got recents that include like Rock and Twilight Sparkle's eyes. So let's throw it at some of these things. This is also a 44.1K, so we'll hear whether it's doing anything differently then. Okay, that's big. I think I have a big eyser. Yeah, that's wild. That's kind of huge. I think maybe I have a few more little adjustments to make based on some of these other things. The extreme lows of that are coming through so aggressively that I feel like I could pull Tape Hack Max down just a hair and it would be correct. That or just input based on relative to new loud. Let's find out. Too heavy, too crunchy. There we go, it's coming into shape. It's coming into focus. Now let's leave that and try a much bassier one. And that should be interesting because this has a kick drum which did not record very well. So the kick drum is only showing up at like around 20 to 30 hertz. My subwoofers will do this, but I'm wondering whether this is going to highlight that or make it be oppressive and unpleasant. Only one way to find out. Playing. Full. It was. Too bright. Yeah, this is good. Let's try that again. I'm listening for the depth of that kick drum, which is very difficult to make out. Not that difficult to make out. Barely pick it out in there. So that's where it gets tricky, is just fussing with it and trying to make all different kinds of audio come through it, enhanced but not wildly changed. And to continue to do that, I'd better open up the sounds folder and start throwing all manner of other stuff at it, as long as it's stuff that I can use. Here's a 96K drum kit that's very different from the one that I had. I think this is overheads. Pretty sure this is overheads. Okay, so these are a lot hotter. It's definitely overheads. Kind of nasty. Let's hear what we get when we slam this. Okay, that's not too bad for slamming. Bypass. So these can never sound very different from just the extremely dry sort of vibe we've got here. It's just a question of can we get it to have higher impact. I would say that's higher impact, yeah. Start with this. That's definitely some heavy crunch going on. Yeah, so that works as just emphasizing everything. How is the saturation done? The saturation is tape hack. It's variations on tape hack. So basically the variations, what we've got is this is the amount of total gain on tap. This is the amount of tape hack times this much. So everything is scaling up and down based on what is going to end up being one knob. It's going to be a one knob sort of loudinator intensifier thing. It's going to have most profound effects on things like guitars and crunchy stuff where it will start to get the discontinuity quality going on. And it's running discontinuity into tape hack and balancing their effects. And that's what all of this is about. I wonder if that is, I'm looking for a vocal that's actually a vocal. Okay, we'll throw some of these vocals at it. See what that does, because it shouldn't be changing the tones any. But all the same, it's going to have an amplification factor going on. Surely it's a little bit unfair. So here's dry. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Can we make it more upfront? That's too much from one who cannot That's more distorted than we needed, but I can dial it back. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. No. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise. So I am getting a level of sonority out of there where it's sounding closer and more like resonant somehow, which is the hope. Surely it's a little bit unfair. I won't want to go this far. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. That's too much from one who cannot dare. But I do seem to be able
Such demands are hard things to forgive.
to make it be more upfront.
This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
So maybe if
Everything's returning unto you. On you to do. On you to do. On you to do. On you to do. On you to do.
So if I run with this,
On you to do. On you to do. On you to do.
I'd like to bring that ooh out more. And this should be able to do it without making it unnatural. So if we turn it on, it pretty much already sounds better even just turning it on, which is cool. And I can kind of bring it forward to where it sounds more present. Or sit it well forward, or crank it all the way up. And then final bit.
You're the one I call upon to rise. You're the one I call upon to
Kind of raunchy, but if I boost it even more.
You're the one I call upon to rise. You're the one I call upon to rise. You're the one I call.
It's actually making it sound closer and more intense, which is kind of what I was hoping for with this. Like all the little adjustments were being made using full range band audio and stuff, just so that it would handle the frequency extremes correctly. But I feel like that is working well enough that I have more confidence in it. I'm going to throw on the nasty vocals. See, I've got Rise Mean Vocal, which is from a song that I did in like 2022 or something like that. And it's projecting very hard and being very loud, and I should be able to hear what this does. And it should be kind of enhancing that.
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful.
Oh yeah.
Who's the fool who's...
So when I project there, it's driving discontinuity into sort of a rip sound, and then following it up with tape hack, which is bringing it up louder. And I'm going to see how those things balance out, because the idea is for any sound you have in the mix, there should be a final knob setting that's just one control that will end up being probably somewhere in the middle for absolutely perfect. You should be able to go too far and recognize that it's too far, and you should be able to dial it down until it sounds too much like bypass, although it will always have some effect.
Only rightful governor
Not enough.
of your affairs. This amounts
Too much.
to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fair.
Okay, that's a pretty decent amount of personality.
Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you have to say? The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares?
And if I hit bypass,
deny the only rightful governor of your
it's much smaller.
affairs. Know him now, there's no one fairer. Shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you have to say?
That's getting into the zone. That's getting into the zone. It performed pretty well on Rise Mean Vocal. And mind you, I've also got these drums, which I've used many times, And we'll see what it does with those. Again, same deal. Final knob is the only thing I'm changing at this stage. So there's bypass. I've got a more roomy sound in these. These are a better recording for my purposes. That's not super high gain, but it just sounds better. Yeah, I can quickly find a setting where it just sounds cool. It's neither too little or too much. And if I hit bypass, I get the raw mic recording. And that's much littler. So it sounds like exactly the same thing but better. That was my hope of being able to do this. Then we can push it a little farther. Or pull it back till it's more impact. I'm loving the little details in the snare that are happening. Like with just this one control and these two plugins that are being balanced between, I can go from a fairly boring mic recording and find this zone where the snare just kind of blooms in the way that I would like this. And I can go farther, which starts eating the initial attack of the snare, or less, which isn't blooming as much. But I can really kind of dial it in until the positioning of the snare is doing pretty much exactly what I want. And what I like about this, it's not particularly subtle. It sounds big and glossy in a way that I like. At least that's my interpretation. But it's a very subtle level of effect going on. And bear in mind, these are all variations on tape hack. So this is a hybrid effect that also acts like air distortion, but it's combining with what you've already got in tape hack to produce something where I'm kind of getting the stuff that I was working on recently and getting it into sort of a focus knob where I can sit things the way with the degree of attitude that I want. I have a pretty good feeling about this. Next thing is to remove all of these things and boil them down to this first currently nameless knob, which will be called whatever I call it, but it will do the same thing as final knob here. And that'll be a whole other level of fiddling after I continue to fuss with some of these things. Like, for instance, here's another dirt guitar that I can play with. I think it's probably not the same one that I had before. Might be. Let's find out. It's probably not the same one. Come on. There you go. So this is close to bypass. Kind of sounds a little bit better already, though. Ooh, the mid-range opened up in an interesting way. So with the guitar, you can absolutely make it crunch in a way that is not desirable, but you dial in the amount of that you want. If it's coming forward, it's probably too much. Like, that's too much. And then a second session. What I'm liking about this is how at lesser settings, there's this kind of throatiness that comes in. Like the mids come out. It doesn't sound any closer, but something is grabbing a little harder. That makes me happy. Now I need to throw some synths at it, and I do believe, in fact, I have synth tones that I can throw at. So here's a whole other folder to play with. So one of the things I'm going to want to hear is Rhodes. This is a real Fender Rhodes. It is the same Fender Rhodes that I will be open to selling to somebody if they were able to come and get it. I will sell it to somebody for 0.618, etc., of what it can reasonably be expected to bring if they are a paying patron, if they can come and get it, because I ain't shipping it. That would be crazy. Now, final knob, play. How does this one distort? It distorts well. That sounds kind of cool. It's like I feel the soundboard more now. Too bright? Too dull? That's actually giving me almost a sort of Steely Dan vibe out of it. I can keep it low, but it's still doing something. I love it. And then slamming it a little harder. Yeah, I would sell this instrument. I need to make car payments. Well, we'll talk about that more later. Bypass. Yeah, I'll be able to use all these individual instruments to demonstrate this stuff. For instance, this is a little hotter than it needs to be. And of course, it's not really a volume boost per se. Kind of is, but it's kind of a bigness and presence thing going on. Over to some other kind of sound. How about the Proteus French horn should do a sonority thing well. There's a lot of stuff to play with here. I think you could very easily. In fact, if I build a console version where this is one of the default controls and you run stuff from channels into a verb that is first decoding the console and then doing the verb and then encoding it like my usual thing is, you will be using it to shape verbs. I should probably, let me see if I can get something and either have it originally be, or I will just force it to be a massive verb, and we'll see what it does. But first, Proteus French horn. There's bound to be a sweet spot setting for this, even as a verb. So what do we got? On. It doesn't want to crunch, which is neat. Yeah. And getting that sonority coming through it. Oh no, I'm touching Unity Trim. I've got the wrong knob. What did I have it set to? Can I undo that? No, I cannot. I think it was 1.2. Bear with me while I get this put back to what it was. High time I moved it over to the final setting where I only have one knob because I'm breaking some of my adjustments here. So back to the drawing board. I think the only one that needed to stay the same, which I touched by mistake, was Unity Trim. I think that's the only one that I touched that I would need to put back. Everything else is as I had it. And final knob with two things to either side of it that are blank is what I need to manipulate in order to dial this in. So let's see. Back to the drawing board. Okay, it does crunch, but not in the most unpleasant way. And the slow notes sound great. There, right around the middle. A little smaller, a little bigger. And just right. Cool. All right, reverb, you say. Let's throw reverb on this and just not save it. A recent plugin was, in fact, Cathedral 5. Let's use Cathedral 5. Let's use a VST version of Cathedral. It won't actually matter because this program calls upon the 38-bit version. K Cathedral. There we go. Alrighty. Let's fire this up. Okay, brightest possible sound, just so that we can hear what that does. Yep. Thank you, Antravy. Yes, it was in fact 1.2. Thank you. Okay, that sounds... Maybe I'll throw in a little bit of wet. Cool, okay. I think that will do for the reverby thing to try the new plugin on. So let's see what we get out of applying this. We can normalize it just to hear what it sounds like when it's cranked right up. This won't clip, but this will give us the opportunity to kind of slam the reverb output. See what that does. So that sounds nice, but what can we do with it with the new plugin? Discontapity, which is, there's not going to be a label on the console for discontapity. That's too big. I'll probably come up with something to call it, but this is what it will be under the hood. And final knob. Make sure to only hit final knob, thank you. And it was, I don't think it was 1.2, I think it was 1.12. Well, let's find out. If it's Unity Trim, which is the one that I was touching, is the one that would cut off volume if I kicked in the effect. I don't think that's going to happen. Let's find out. Yeah, I think it was 1.12. If it ain't, it sounds fine this way, so it's good. Now let's distort it. So this is what you get when there's too much. Did it now? Well, I thank you. Let's test that assumption. I think you may very well be right. Let's find out. If I hit bypass and it boosts in volume, then 1.12 is closer to it than 1.2. But you rewound the stream, you know. And this is the one that I did not want to change, so let's find out. 1.2, exactly, there we go. So I should be able to switch off bypass, and then it is not going to become suddenly louder if you're correct. Let's find out. I think I set it up with a distorted guitar. Yeah, you were correct. Thank you. So now we can do this. And if you don't want to saturate the reverb too hard, which this is, it's a little over middle. All the way down will be nice and clean, but can we make it bloom in an interesting way? I'm liking this. This is a nice cinematic thing going on. Again, bypass. It still sounds good, but it's not as dramatic. And in fact, we've softened some of the tone out of it. Nice, nice, nice. There you go, John Dobb. Hell yeah. Yeah, this will work just fine on reverb returns. No problem whatsoever using this in reverb returns. You just won't want to do this. Turn it up just enough until things bloom and get a little bigger. Grens, hey, you made it! You are not that late. I have got another roughly 2 hours of stream to do. It does pull out the mids nicely. I know mic pickup is terrible, but I can't do anything about that. I can only do DI from the stream computer, which this is not. Bypass. It's doing a proper sound betterizer thing, even on a reverb return. It is doing its sound betterizer thing, which is exactly what I want out of what this knob is. Can you even see that? Is that even showing up? What this knob is on console X, being discontinuity on console X, is going to be replaced by this effect on at least mine, and probably also console H gets this for this knob. So the little the little red knob of Sound Bigger and Louderizer has a new identity. Onwards to some other things to do, like undoing all of that stuff and checking some of these other things. Here's a piano. Oh, the Proteus B3 is awesome. I mean, running a console mix, you will have it there all the time. It will always be a little bit there. You can turn it right down until it's barely anything, but there's always going to be some of it. And this is akin to having your entire recording session always be a little bit on tape. It'll just be a hint of tape hack, but you get to combine as much of that as you want, and also it gets combined with discontinuity, so it sort of sits back again and sounds more spacious. And let's see what it does with the Proteus B3. This is a much more upfront sound. So here's bypass. Turn it on. Oh, this might sound good cranked up. Yeah, so we can distort the hell out of it. Bypass. On. Ooh, I had it a little hot too. Yeah, if you want just a little texture, you don't even have to go up to 0.5. You don't even have to go up to the middle. Just give it a little bit of nudge. Goes from here. And it gets a little bit of character. And you can pull it back until it's very similar to bypass. But then everything also gets to bloom a little bit. Or a lot. And you kind of listen for whatever bits of attitude need to poke out. And it ought to do that pretty nicely. All the bits are going to be a little different, of course. Happy enough with that. Ooh. How about strings? What does it do with strings? Hall strings. Proteus Hall strings. Can it make them more natural? We'll start with bypass. Bypass on. Oh boy, I keep touching the wrong damn thing. I need to do this now. So now that I'm altering the correct control, I keep grabbing the wrong damn control. Minimum. Maximum. This just sounds more realistic. Straight up, just sounds more realistic. And the middle setting is kind of always a little exaggerated. Yeah, you kind of have to sweep it and listen for where it wants to sit. Because as you distort more, the combination of hitting tape hack harder for more distortion, and also the discontinuity kicking in and weirding out how that distortion even happens, means that there is a focus place that you can find in pretty much any sound that is fairly obvious if you listen for, is it sitting where it belongs? Is it too small, like a typical DAW recording? Or is it full and blooming in the correct way that you would have if you were like in Sound City or whatever? And it's like, oh my God, everything sounds so wonderful because it's on tape and so on. Grens and Jonathan talking about France. Hope France does well. You're going to have an easier time than us, I'll tell you that right now. Hopefully I can hang in there in this weird little place. Let's quickly grab a screenshot so that I can get these informations. And then play with all this stuff a little bit more. I don't know why I have micro piano here because I had a mono version of it, which is fine because this is a mono plugin. What do we got? It's very hissy, I'll tell you that. Same deal. If we don't want to go exaggerated, we go about 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. And nothing. One thing about the micro piano is it's very peaky. But I can make it sound much more like a real thing this way, which is nice. Like raw synthesizer. And then disc on tapeity. Yeah, this would work very nicely for pretend pianos and also pretend pianos with reverb. I think I can make that work. But would I have to leave behind the car that I got? That being the big new thing. Grange, did you hear about that? Oh, okay, be back in a bit. See you in a bit. Ooh, look, I've got an Ovation Summit recording that I can play with here. And an Alpha Juno. Let's see the Alpha Juno first. On the new plugin. Bypass. Find a knob for the middle. This is Alpha Juno. On. This has qualities like the distorted guitar. It shows up easier. Bypass. On. Yeah, it doesn't need nearly as much. Yeah, it's making this sound better too. Lovely. Very interesting. The Roland Alpha Juno has special characteristics here, where it does not want nearly as much of this effect. This effect is engaging with, like, the discontinuity aspect. And it's blooming at a far lower setting than some of the other ones. Possibly because it's like a raw analog synth that's just digitally controlled oscillators. And it's got a lot of character already. Oh, sorry. And it's got a lot of character already. Thank you, I would not have noticed that. So yeah, it's quite happy to bloom at a very low setting, like 0.1. Still a little more than you get in bypass. But I can also push it a little harder. And that becomes a much more upfront sound. that's carrying all the voicing I need from it. Neat, I didn't expect that. In this case, it wants, for this particularly juicy Alpha Juno sound, let's see what it does with Proteus String Orchestra and then with the Summit. The Summit is one of those keyboards where it took years for me to save up for it, or rather to justify it and be like, fine, I'll go and do this. And it's one of the ones that I'm most definitely going to be selling off, even though it makes better sounds than anything else I have, because I'm not really a keyboard player. And although it sounds lovely, I'm also interested in making sounds out of things like Six Signs. And I will still have the Proteus, so I will have the one that does this. Come on, play. Thank you. That's wild. This one's resilient. You can throw any amount of boost on it. Here's some more natural. I don't know, it wants to come forward a little bit. So that's wild. Let's do just this opening part. So I'm making a super low note come out. So in bypass, this is what we get. And it feels a little bit empty. But then let's see at what point does this bloom. Maybe we don't even need any boost at all. What do we got? That feels good. Compare to bypass. One thing about the Proteus, my God, can that thing put out deep bass. The converters on that sucker are putting out such potent bass, it's not even funny. That's very cool. So yeah, it's working just as well on this. It's capable of throwing way more of this control on without going bad. But it's still working out pretty well at lower settings. Novation Summit. This one passes the test. We're building this into its final position. Let's see. So start out with bypass. This is actually not using its own keyboard. This is using a X key so that it can do polyphonic aftertouch, which is one of the most beautiful things about the Summit. And all of this is without the plugin being turned on yet. Turn it on. That's pretty lush, just saying. Let's see what this one sounds like when we distort it. Okay. That's interesting to learn. Bypass. And roughly 0.5. Wow. That's amazing. It sounds like equally good no matter where I set the control. It does not matter what I set this to. I'm just picking where I want to place it, and that's all. Wow. This is totally a dramatization of this tone. This is the dry tone, and here's the new stuff added. Damn. This is really working well. I'm getting lost in it. I better stop. Or I won't be willing to sell off the Novation Summit. And I need to make bargains to sell off the Novation Summit so I can pay off this damn car, or this delightful car. But I didn't realize I was going to be changing the car. So I am happy that this is performing as well as it is. I'm very happy about that. That's exactly what I wanted to be able to happen. Ooh, there's a Proteus piano. We could play with the Proteus piano. Oh yeah, I bet the plugins would render fast because they run very efficiently, as will this. Okay, so what did I play on this? Being not a keyboard player. So, no effect. effect. So does this one behave if I crank it? It still has that kind of crunchy quality, and that's just part of the synth. You can distort it and it doesn't help. And it will start again. That was particularly horrifying playing, but that's okay. This would be helped greatly by some reverb. And that is the thing we can do, you know. In fact, let's try that right now while I'm thinking of it. Because it's basically fine. I know, I'll throw K Beyond. K Beyond is not actually my best reverb, but it is suitable to this. You should be able to dial this in such a way that it will be nice. Here's our basic sound. See, here's our... Okay. A little quick dose of K Beyond for more of a small room thing going on. Grins, how much do I need for the summit? I have already explained that. What I'm going to do, and my time is being spent making new plugins, as is always the case, but I will make some time to come and sort some of this stuff out. I will put them up on Reverb at not an especially amazing price, in that I'm not going to try to lowball them. Maybe I'll just pick the abstract price that they suggest or a tiny hair above. And then anybody who is a paying Patreon member gets it for 0.618, etc., the value that I specified. I'll come up with some kind of like coupon thing that only Airwindows patron people can use. Yes, that's the golden ratio. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to make it not a very good price, but then I'm going to whack the crud out of it. And let's quickly apply this so that I can hear what it sounds like. We'll even normalize it with a bit of reverb in there. And here we go. Piano and a bit more. Without. It's not distorted so much. We still get some of the clunky quality of this piano, but that sounds much more reasonable. Yeah, that could almost be mistaken for a piano. Almost. Yeah, you could totally work with that. This is doing wonders. It needs that mid-range brought out, and it's doing it. Without it, even with the reverb, it's kind of thin. Okay, I'm getting lost in it again. Let's not get lost in it. I'm just happy with what it did. What else have we got as long as we're still playing with it? Maybe nothing. Maybe I don't need to go any further. Plunk and pressure CS80 patch. Railroads, I've already heard from that. Can we make a marimba sound completely convincing if it is the Proteus, which is always a little bit wonky? Here it is all by itself. And we turn on discontinuity. That sounds better. The attacks don't sound real, but then if I turn this on, I think it worked. Yeah, again, there's a sweet spot. You can plainly hear when it sits right. Squish too much? Not enough? Yeah, this is getting built into the consoles. This is getting built into both the one for me and console H. It is replacing discontinuity all by itself. This is way better. And yeah, there will also be an instance of it on the master bus, which does not mean that you will want to crank it up on the master bus, but there will be a version of this on the master bus, just quietly sitting there making the master bus sound just a little bit tapey. Proteus harp. Oh God, look at that. That's crazy. What do we got here? We get to hear what it's like when it is way too oversaturated. Bypass. Engage. Oh, I can't. Okay, that just shook my chair. Wow. Nice. This is what it sounds like when it does, Antrave. No overdrive to full overdrive. So, kinda? Let's have just those first notes. Where are they? Like this. So no effect. bypass. On. So that's the shivery low frequency thing I was hearing before. Then back to off. Very big difference. I would not use tape hack before or after 2 tape 8. Maybe you should wait until I come out with the follow-up, but that's not going to be this year. If you were up to speed with these things, it is possible that you would want to use this discontapity instead of 2 tape 8 on your master bus. You hear what it's doing. It's not impossible. You might just want to use this instead of 2 tape 8. And granted, it is not the same thing as tape hack, but it has tape hack inside it. It's this. This is what it is. It's one stage of tape hack and literally, one stage of discontinuity and then literally tape hack. When I do come out with a follow-up to 2 tape, it's going to be way the heck more colored. It's going to have all that stuff with it, which is fine. I'm going to be using stuff more like this. I want it to be a lot cleaner. Also, I never did test this one thing. Let's test this one thing. See, test this one thing equals, and where do I find the, hang on, J. Parameter J. Save that. Go. I meant to do this, so this is a fine time to give it a try. Now, we take that. We're going to set it to 222. And we're going to find what the real number is for this. Build. Just go on tapity. Oh, got to quit the program first. Don't mind me. I am overlooking things that I need to not overlook. I think I'm making lovely progress towards enjoying my tacos this evening after having done good work. Feel like that's coming along fairly well for me. So let's see. Replaced it. J needs to be 0.222 to start with, but then we're going to find out what we need to do in order to stop it from freaking out and blowing up. So let's go with the loudest stuff we've got. I'll also test the guitar section. We're going to go with this, and we're going to go with 0.222 to start off with. And I'm going to turn this right the heck down so we can barely hear it, because I'm probably going to break it and make it make horrible noises. Full crank. What's the range we can do? Okay, that's suspicious. I thought it was going to break. Let's try the guitars on it. So 2, 2, 2 up to Okay, now I'm confused. I thought that was there to stop things from breaking, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. However, we can test that assumption in other ways. So watch this. This should make it possible to test whether it will break. I am going to do a effect stack. And in the effect stack, we're going to do, firstly, discontapity, and we already know that's going to behave itself okay. I'm going to go back to 2, 2, 2, 2, or rather just 3 of the 2s. And then we're going to add something that will make it very upset, which is we're going to distort it using shifting of bits gain, like 16 bits amplification. We're going to blast into it that unbelievably hard and find out whether that is where it breaks or not. So let's do it. Boom. And it goes in front. And since it is a effect stack, this is all in 32-bit floating point. Now does it break? Alrighty, that's interesting. I didn't make it break. I figured I could make it crash if I didn't have that clip in there. So let's look at the code again. I know that was there for a reason, but I'm damned if I can figure out what actually it was. And it's a Chesterton's fence situation, meaning if I don't know what broke, I don't necessarily want to fool with it. Here's our situation. Input sample times equals top dB. So that should be possible to make it crank up pretty high. This is where we limit it and stop it from being beyond a certain amount. Maybe it was closer to, maybe it combined with other samples to DPA position L. So DSC buff. I'm just looking at the math, trying to sort out what this thing is even doing. Well, I mean, the neat thing about this one is it is no longer really a tape emulation anymore. The transfer function thing has some characteristics like that. Discontinuity isn't like a tape at all. Discontinuity is like error. So we got a sort of weird Bloom thing going on that has some characteristics like tape, but also has some characteristics like error over a distance. But even that is pulled back a little bit. Let's look at some of this math. So dBi, so here's what we're doing. dBA position L plus equals absolute value of this stuff. Presumably, if you make it be too large, then it breaks. dB delay is dBA position L times buffer. So logically, if we go beyond our buffer size, we crash. And that's what I was trying to test. But it looks like in this situation, 0.222 isn't even remotely the thing I have to watch out for. It looks like maybe I have to keep this within the range of 0 and 1, which that was already doing. So it didn't crash or break, but that might simply be because I was still limiting it to what it needed to be limited to. So yeah, we hard clip it to 1. Position L times 0.5 plus, so that will allow it to go larger than it should. Delay is floor position L times buffer, meaning that if position L goes beyond 1, that's a problem. Clamping it probably still matters, but maybe not as much as I think it does. This is all positioning the absolute value of this in an area that's supposed to be between 0 and 1, or roughly that. Position L is not going to be able to become less than 0. But we have to get it proper before we hit this. So I might just be looking at a different way of doing all of this. And yeah, well, you're quite welcome. I am just digging into this stuff even harder because I'm onto something with some of these things. But also I'm very eager to get to a position of like comfort and safety with having to replace my car, because I have had to replace my car. And I'm good for probably 6 months or a year as things stand before I'm looking at actual trouble from the additional car payment. And I'm hoping that that stuff will grow. So I'm thinking of new things to do to further help people, but also do stuff that is not only free open source plugins. Like one example is I was talking about giving a patron discount to selling off some of my gear. That'll give me more time. But then it is also doing like a patron tier where if you pay enough money, I start showing you vinyl records from the golden age of vinyl records using Meter that you wouldn't be able to see on open YouTube. I start putting up like private videos and linking to that at a particular Patreon tier, so only those people get to see it. And granted, you could share that information around and stuff, but it's like, it's not my music and it's not a plugin anyway, so whatever. Anywho, let's see whether we can get this to make some sense. So, dB delay, that's the floor. dBi is position L, same thing as this, but minus delay, okay. All right, so that's giving me the interpolation. This stuff gives me the interpolation. And then dB delay is the one that has to be correct. And here's our counter. This increments itself. That increments itself. That subtracts the buffer if it stepped a little bit too far. Looks like the only thing I really need to be careful of is that dBA position L never goes above 1, even if it's getting stuff added to it. So let's see whether we can reconstitute this. So that rather than doing this, we do this. So what that should have done, and we'll comment this up but leave it in case everything blows up, rather than clamping this input sample to 0.222, what we're doing is just making sure that the wiggle of the discontinuity thing doesn't fly too far as it goes. Meaning it's going to be modulated, and that's how we do the effect. But we're not actually clamping a negative number into it. In fact, it can, well, hang on though. Hang on. If we have input sample being added to dB position L, it has to be between 0 and 1. And we're dividing it by 2, or multiplying it by 0.5. But we're then adding, oh no, hang on, wait. That's adding Fab's input sample. And that's enclosing all the rest of this stuff. So we can't ever possibly add a negative number to it so small that it makes it go below 0. So we're actually good. Can I undo past my undos? Probably doesn't matter. And here's where it started out being 0.222, but in fact I think I can get it by with 0.1. And we do not need to also check to see if it's below 0 because we're always adding an absolute value. So we can't add a negative number because this stops that from happening. Woot. I guess it's time to test and see whether that actually did what I thought it did. Because we tested it, and this is the weird part, we tested it with the input sample being clamped to 1 and -1. So this could get colorful. We might see something here as well. We might actually end up having to make this be like this. It depends upon what the overdrive thing is doing. Would it be hard to make a plugin that's a pre and post EQ where the moves you do on the pre gets counteracted on the post? That probably involves making plugins talk to each other outside of their internals, and that is not something that I am really inclined to do. I'm given to understand there are people who have sometimes done that, but I'm not interested in messing with the plugin internals that hard. You'd basically be having to go around the DAW and like be passing values around, which feels almost like, security violations of the computer, like saving every sample in a place that the DAW can't see and then looking it up in the other plugin. And I'm not interested in doing that stuff. You can do it manually if you like. You can do it manually where you do the pre-EQ and then you match it in negative form in the post-EQ. Now, my stuff usually does not operate exactly like that, but it is probably still possible to do. Okay, so here's our next experiment. Let's see if I can make this break or if it's going to be fine. I'm going to turn it up as high as I can, and then I'm going to put shifting of bits gain at 16 additional bits, and you heard how hard it was distorting, in hopes of finding out whether I can safely leave this bit out. The difference is going to be that this time, oh, we don't need that. No harm done there, but it's all good. The difference is going to be this time we're stopping DBA position L from being fed into the position of the array, but we're not clamping input sample any longer. So the whole discontinuity thing is going to have ginormous Titanic numbers built into it, which will then go into the TAPAC algorithm. Hey, Isle of You, the Patreon idea, tell you what I could do. For paying patrons above a certain amount, and I'm not sure what that amount would be, it's a golden opportunity to be like, hey guys, here's the upper tier where you get to see classic records and stuff without hurting people who need plugins. It could be a way of bumping that up a little bit, because honestly, I have like no minimums, and so many people like do, this is the $10 tier, this is the $50. I don't even understand it. Like, that's beyond my experience ever being able to do that, but apparently it works. And what I could do is show you stuff off of Rubber Soul. If I was to do that, I would need to commit to doing it every week. Otherwise, I can't justify it. But I could probably do that. I can build that into my routine. It would make more stuff of mine to do, but I could probably get that together in such a way that I had a nice little intro with my usual, recorded at the same time as my plugin videos. And then I can edit the rest of it together and maybe post it on Wednesday or something like that. But I could and should show you stuff off of Rubber Soul. I certainly cannot remix and master it because I don't have the original tracks. I'm not gonna demix it with AI because that's garbage. But I could show you what the real sound of it is. And Rubber Soul is a particularly interesting example because Rubber Soul initially had stuff like I have Yesterday and Today, and it's maybe a wee bit crackly, but it's a really old pressing of that. Not the Butcher Block pressing, but you could hear Drive My Car was originally on Rubber Soul. Drive My Car is a hot track. It blows away Meter. Meter just explodes with like hit record references all over it. It's extraordinary. It's amazing. All the Rubber Soul stuff is kind of like that. The British pressing of Rubber Soul had much more rockin' songs on it, but plenty of the songs that are on the US pressing are also very rockin'. And that is the one where they started cranking up the compressors like crazy. So I'd be able to recount that as well. And yeah, I think even on my little note of stuff to do records of, there's plenty of things like Robert Palmer, Some People Can Do What They Like, or the classic Rolling Stones Exile on Main Street track, Sweet Virginia. There's a lot of stuff like that. I was mentioning doing a plugin on Bowie's Station to Station. There's 2 tracks from Station to Station here in my little reminder list. But it doesn't have any of the Beatles because I wouldn't have been able to post it unless I do it as a private. And yeah. That's kind of what I'm talking about, basically as a fundraiser. Basically as, can I commit to do this so regularly that I can ask people, hey, kick in $10 a month, say, and then 4 times a month you get one of these things that you can't get on the open internet or you can't get on YouTube regularly. I have to test out and make sure that it works. If not, I might have to make sure that it works before going into that. But firstly, let's go into this. I've been talking and forgetting that I have testing to do. Build and copy. Let's see what this monstrosity sounds like when you beat it up. We're going to do the same thing. And probably after this, I'm going to scooch over and get my tacos ready. I may not, I have to build this into the final plugin, and I might even start on the VST version, but I may not actually continue to stream all the way until 5. because this has been a demanding, gratifying, satisfying, but challenging day where I got this from basically starting from scratch to finished in one day. It'll be very exciting. But, and see, here's our 3 bits. And then here is discontapity with final knob turned all the way up. So here's where we find out whether it blows up and dies. First, we turn it up all the way. And that is how it's supposed to sound when you're cranking that up. You shouldn't have to turn it any farther up in normal use, but let's see what happens when we start. It may crash, or it may just sound weird. Let's see. Okay. It ain't crashing. And just for funsies, let's see what it sounds like fooling with the final knob as we're boosting it by like 30 dB or so, because like shifting of bits gain is available to everybody. You could throw that on before hitting discontapity. What do you get when you do? I should do that on the drums too. I should totally do that on the drums. Okay, I can tune how the low end hits in the total meltdown far too loudism. Let's see what happens to the drums when I do the same thing, because we're interested in distorting drums. Yes, we are. Firstly, normalcy. Drums are selected. Hit it. It makes them a little bit harder, but not in such a way as we're really crushing them. But here is shifting of bits gain to do that a little more aggressively. We turn it up a little bit as we're clipping. It's now seriously distorted. And having gone into it this hot, like what, 18 dB plus. So that's kind of a juicy, nice distortion for this level of gain. It's very bright though. That's crunchy. okay, we can change the whole tone of this just by hitting it insanely too hard. Like, I don't know exactly what 7 times 6.08 dB. Actually, no, I do. I have a calculator literally right here. 7 times 6.08 dB. We can hit it with 42 dB of gain and do that with it, and it's still sounding different when you change final knob. So I think we got that. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So we can delete these commented out things. We do not actually need to have input sample be restricted. We only need to have the travel of that one control be restricted. And that's probably, we're probably eliminating all, well, no, we can't be eliminating all of discontinuity because it was still sounding different. That was very aggressive, I'll say that. Man, was that aggressive. Kind of horrible, but in a nice way. So on that note, I have a screenshot which contains all of the stuff that I need to pay attention to. So now I can look at these numbers and punch them in where I need them to be. And let's see. And we'll be figuring out this stuff as we go, I guess. With all of this stuff here. It's a pity I don't have the letters written on these two. Oh, no, I kind of do. I've changed all those, but it goes down to J. So H would be unity trim. But yeah, you know what I need to do? I am going to go back over to here. It's almost 4. So I'm going to use my facilities, but I'm also going to throw yet another one of these weird things on. Not for terribly long necessarily, but let's see what this one is. These are the jams that I did on my Bastel Castrol Jam Day. And I'll show what it looks like on meter, much like I'm going to be showing what the Beatles look like on meter if this process works. If it doesn't, then that's another story. I still think I can probably do a video where I show how Beatles tracks look on this, and then keep them private, and it's probably fine. YouTube only cares, I think, about making things public and trying to be a YouTube star, and they do not care very much about stuff that's private. It'll be copyright claimed, but if I'm not making it public, I don't think that matters as much. We'll see. Because I've seen React people post and stuff up that looks very much like it was also on YouTube, and they would be linking to it on their Patreons, but not in such a way where they were being stopped from doing what they were doing. I bet that's private videos right there. Anywho, here's a weird noise. Cool. Good enough. I'll be back in a moment. Man, I don't even know how I was making these noises. Crazy stuff. This is a jam that I did on Bastard Castles. I will stop it now. I think I had that showing this whole time. Boop. Yeah, that was just me going and making a rest stop and warming up my oven and getting some Monterey Jack cheese out for tacos, which I will be having in just a tiny bit less than an hour, or perhaps less even still. Because all that remains now is to finish my work for the day. And here's how that goes. We're going to remove all these controls except for one, the one on the top. I'm going to figure out a name to call that one control. And then we're going to replace all of these get parameter things with the numbers we have here. So let's see. So I is tapehack max. That is 0.81. Let's go find I. Here's I. I think it only shows up here. So 0.815, except for that means we have math we can do, so we don't actually have to do that calculation at all. 16 times 0.815, hang on. I'm not able to operate my calculator correctly, times 0.815. 13.04. And there we have a setting replacing that one control. So let's see. So J, that was I. H is Unity trim. That's the one that Antrave was helping with, where I moved it by accident. And it is 1.2. So HIJH is 1.2. Boom. final knob, that's going to be the one that we're using for stuff. So that becomes param A. Come to think of it, I can actually do that instead of, let's see, I, H, A, B, C, D, E, F. There it is. So param F instead goes to become param A. I'm going to need to adjust things about that, but that's fine. New loud was going to be D. Input is going to be B, and output is going to be C. So 1.0 times is the same as not even having that be there. In fact, having done that, we've now updated it down here. And let's see, we can delete this. This is going to be an efficient plugin as well, and that's nice. This is slightly changed from air discontinuity. Not using that. We've already updated that. That's A. B is 0.477. Oh, hello. We do not have this inside the power function. That's interesting. There's no question about it. It's definitely what it is, but see, everything's working fine. It's just I might need to do the math on this. So input, that was part of TAPAC. I've got it with an enormous multiplication factor in here, meaning like A, B is input, input is B, 477, that only appears here. .477. So now I figure out what is 477 to the power. I thought I had this included in, but I didn't. And it's working the way I want it, so I don't want to fool with it. So basically I need to come up with this constant. And I can do it times itself again times 13.04. And it turns out this is what input gain becomes, unless I've done something horribly wrong somehow. See, this puzzles me a little bit because I thought I had param A in there earlier. And yet I don't think I do. So we'll set this up. Like, you don't remember me having param A in this place. I'm pointing at the screen so you can't see it. Looks like that it's only param B, and there was not param A in there. Instead, it's in TopDB, and that's fine. That is causing it to throw the discontinuity in much later, and that's, I dare say that's correct. I can test it on all the old synth tones again. 1.4152481. And this is the same as having that there. because my control here, input, this is the one that had an enormous sensitivity to the curve that I put on it. And it turns out it doesn't respond to final knob with that curve at all. And it doesn't go up to extremely high levels of gain either. But it's the way that I wanted it. It was sounding correct. And so we're going to keep it the way we had it, like that. So A, B we've just gotten rid of, C we've just gotten rid of, leaving only D. D is new loud, 0.42. So there's param A again. And pow, get parameter param A times 0.42 to the third power, because it does have a taper. And then times overall scale, because it is sample rate sensitive. And then there's a max, which is 0.0000001, which stops us from dividing by 0. And this looks like a bit of a mess, but it honestly should be all we need to have it up and running the way it was before. Only remaining things are, we use only this one stage of this stuff. I'm going to tighten it up a little bit. So there's the discontinuity section. And here is the tape hack section, which is pretty relatively untouched compared to what I did with discontinuity. And we'll rename this while we're at it, seeing as this is going to be plunked into other programs, so it needs to have its own variable so it doesn't overlap with other programs' variables. And that probably means figuring out what we're going to be naming the knob. I'm warming to labeling it more. It's not really making things any louder. It's not really making things any more distorted, although you can slam it as hard as you like. But as you boost it, it does seem to have everything bloom out and just kind of be more. And so I feel like that's going to be the thing. So that's kind of cumbersome, but it's literally what we're doing with it. And there isn't going to be any overlaps in other programs because they're not going to have these variables to play with. And this stuff is probably the discontinuity, dBi, position L and stuff. I think that only lives in discontinuity, so I don't actually need it. And we'll label these things for clarity for anybody who might be working with this, because it will be open source software, so people get to include this in their stuff if they so desire. Furthermore, they should be able to use these pieces independently of each other if they like. My poor old keyboard is just running out of steam. It's the keyboard on this antique laptop, and so it becomes harder and harder to make the keys work. But that's how it be. The tape pack section is relatively unchanged. In fact, let's munch this together like this. A comment bridging the two places, but it is still a solid lump. And we can just go with that. And it's also the final clip, meaning that this will sit on the console H and or console AW bus. And if you want the output to be boostier and more like kind of slammed and so on, if that is the sort of thing that floats your boat, well, you just turn up the more knob and the output bus goes and gets bigger at you. Seems legit. There's also an interesting quality where anything like this, if you layer it, it will become more exaggerated. And I should probably try that as I go into testing it before logging off for the day and being done. We are only using DBA. So we only have these things. Let's bounce back and forth a little bit between files because I know what to do now. Should it be all caps? I think not. I think that's too crass. And there's some changes I'm going to have to do here. But we'll start it at 0. Technically, this is not an available value for this control yet, but I'm going to be changing that. And then there we are. So it starts at 0. It's named more. And number 1. And the buffer size is 256. And that's built into this part. So this runs itself, basically. And B and C are not things in this particular version because we only need one of them. So, but we can't build yet, and I'll tell you why. There's stuff up here to deal with. It hopefully will not take too much time to grind through. See how these are no longer a thing? It becomes a one control. But more importantly, look at this. This is what top DB was in discontinuity. It is set to do a thing where it's trying to go between 70 and 140 dB, and we're completely ignoring that now and just making it be its own thing rather than any attempt to accurately emulate anything. So we need to edit this to say this. It needs to go between 0 and 1. And in fact, when we open it up, until I move this control, it's probably still going to say 70 until I touch it, at which point it will snap to wherever I set. Like it'll say 70 inside itself until I touch the control, and then it will be like 1 or whatever it ends up being. But I'm pretty sure it's going to start out saying 70. It'll never say that again, but I can't play any audio through it until I fix that. And now let's see whether it can delete these quickly or whether it'll take forever. Signs point to quickly. All right. So I think it's ready to go. And this is as big as it ended up being. Between overall scale and the dither, it fits in this much space. It's a tiny little baby plugin with a huge, huge sound. Those are sometimes the funnest ones. Let's see if it can build. Signs point to yes. Don't need to reference that anymore. In fact, can't. I don't have a version control system on this particular laptop. So what it gives you is what it gives you. Scooch that over to the side. Here's our final version for the desktop. Here it goes into here. And we start running it through its paces. We'll start with that Novation Summit sound. See where it goes. Now let's also see whether I'm right about what I thought was going to happen. Is it going to say 70 in the little window? Haha, see, told you. So I'm not hitting play until I fix this. It thinks its saved value is 70, but when I touch it, it will immediately be like, wait, no, I can't do that. The saved value can only be 1. Oops. Like this. Boop. And now it can only go to 1. And if I close it and reopen it, it will forever now be between 0 and 1. But when I was working on it the last time I closed it, it said 70. So let's first do this and see if it still makes a recognizable noise. Up to 12. Bypass. There's that crunchiness. I do believe this is still working the way it was before, and that's good. And that stuff falls off very quickly. And bypass. So this is your tapey bigness control that will live in console versions. Sitting there stopping it from distorting and letting you make stuff sound big and wide. Summit really does sound nice, I gotta say. I made the correct call in getting one, even if I'm going to be selling mine. And trying to do that stuff all with like guitars and Surge XT and 6 signs. They won't do this, but they will do worthwhile things all their own. And now here, let's play with what I was talking about. So if you have this built into a console system, apart from anything else you might be doing, you'll get 2 layers of this. Let's see what happens when we layer it up. Seems to me like that's perfectly fine. Raw. Double discontability. Okay, we have loudness, that's for damn sure. Goes from about 6 dB down to 100% saturated blast. So let's pull both of these back. Until it doesn't think it's distorting so hard. That takes surprisingly a lot. It's really filling up the space kind of a lot. So, if we have Effect Stack open, we can throw on a bunch of other stuff while we're at it. Like, for instance, the real live Fender Rhodes. Does that show? So real live Fender Rhodes, and then real live Fender Rhodes with 2 layers of this effect on it. So multiple tape overload here. It sounds amazingly clean for obviously totally distorted. That's kind of cool. Let's throw some actual music with orchestration on it rather than just that. Now that I've got this 2 layers going, we can throw Alien Kittens at it. Let's find out. Okay, so cleanest possible setting, 2 layers like in a full mix. It's not that different. It sounds better, but it's not that different. Bypass. Minimum. It made it sound better. Cool, not complaining. So here we're getting major loudination without much in the way of additional sound. I'm not going to want to do stuff like this, but apparently you can. So you can take a track that is already peaking out and being as loud as it can and as bassy as it can, and then do this. That's a lot of extra bassy. From this, it's definitely a little distorted, but that is a substantially beefier low end than it had. Neat, interesting. Further, Let's see how Discord Welcome Home does when you slam it to the nth degree. Original. On. Okay. That has much more potential for being silly loud. This is me seeing... I have to wait for it to stop because it's being so loud. This is me seeing whether I can get it to be super overdriven tape kind of loud with the 2 layers while still having recognizable dynamics. And it's peaking hotter here. Or is it? No, it's not. Alrighty then. I guess that's about the size of it, huh? Do I have anything more to test with that isn't Belafonte at Carnegie Hall? Because that's copyright protected, I betcha. Could throw vocals on or something, maybe? Ooh, Get New Rig. That is a guitar track that is a combination of mic'd. That's going to be a combination of mic'd Celestian Greenback and DI that is bringing in the lows on it. Let's see what we can do with 2 layers of this, because again, if it's in a console-based mix, these little red knobs are going to be sitting there looking innocent. But you can always turn up both what is on the channel, and what we're seeing here is having turned it up on the channel, then you don't actually attenuate it, so it's full crank going through the mix, which is not how that would normally go. Normally you would use the fader to pad that down a little bit, but this is just full amplitude out of the channel into full amplitude in the bus. And you get to use this effect twice over. And it might sound something like this. Dry. So now we're starting to get into the heavy distortion though. Yeah, I think I can work with that. I had it up awfully loud. Maybe I'll try it again. Turn it down more than a bit. So if the more on the bus is not that hot. Oh, it's in bypass. The distorted guitars don't need much of this. Yep. What are they doing? What are you doing? Oh, I see. You're the first one. You are the second one. Oh, they're being cranky. Suckers being mischievous. They keep putting themselves on top of themselves. Well, there's nothing much I can do about that. I was trying to tell which one was earlier and which one was later in the gain staging. Well, I can find out like this. Alrighty. That one is first. This one is second. So if we're fooling with these like this, here's the one that's on. Here's the one that's off. So having two of them, if the channel one is hotter, it sounds like that. And if the bus one is hotter, that's very different. So we can make that quite a bit bigger and louder. With only about 3 dB difference in overall tone. Or even less of a difference in overall tone. So that's about 3 dB down. Okay, I've had about enough of that. My guitar playing palls. I really need to put more practice into that kind of stuff. Ooh, before I'm quite done, let's play with that drum track we've played with before. Starts with this. Hey, Math Mage. So that's a decent change from that. So that's a good, solid, beefy sound. That's almost AC/DC-like as far as how things whack. And this is what it's going to be like adjusting this control on channels and then also having it on the master bus and adjusting the master bus's level of kind of saturation and intensity. My hope is to be able to run stuff through this and use much less compression, much less weird dynamic stuff, and have it all riding on this sort of tape style compression that I get out of Tape Hack. Not bad for two front of kit mics. Lovely, 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 lovely. We have got that up and running. This will be coming around for people to play with. Now, Math Mage, you mentioned, and I got about 15 minutes or so of stream. So I think I can bail out of here for the moment. I am going to be making this into a VST plugin, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen this weekend because I've got some fun stuff that I can drop this weekend. But what I can do is spend the last few minutes of stream explaining AD Clip 8 for you. So let's see whether I can do some of that. Let's start with the AU version, which may very well be a mono version, making it slightly easier to grasp. And we'll jump into there, and it'll take a few minutes, perhaps not all the way to 5. I would like to turn in slightly earlier than 5 so that I can have my dinner in a non-rushed state. Here is some of the parts of AD Clip 8. This is the header file. I'm not sure quite how much of all this stuff you are up to speed with, so I'm going to cover some of your very basics. So this stuff, K menu item, it just comes from a pop-up menu. That pop-up menu is called mode. It is parameter 3, it's the one on the bottom. And we're picking out which of these we use. That's being fed into the actual program as a number that goes from 1 to 8. Here's our default values being boost. Ceiling is how loud it gets to go. And then we have this additional stuff going on. Here's all we've got for the layers, because the way that it works, as you select different mode things, it's just stacking it up in layers. It's additional layers of AD Clip. And that's all that is. So last sample is the last sample that particular layer saw. Intermediate is, that's going to be, it's like the original AD Clip stuff, or indeed Clip only too. Intermediate means it is keeping track of recent samples in such a way that if it needs to know how far has the signal moved since the last like 44.1K sample would be, it's keeping this stack of memory so that it can work out that stuff by time rather than simply by last sample. And was pause clip or was neg clip, those are based on how AD Clip does its thing. And here's where the actual code lives. And here's where we initialize that stuff. Again, there's a whole layer of things that are called stage, like the apotheosis and so on stage. And then there's a little sub thing there, which is this intermediate business. The intermediate business kind of lives like here. We do this little thing. X is spacing, x larger than 0, minus, minus, and we keep the string of these things going. So these are all recent samples. And the last sample is however many of those memory bits that you need to do in order to get to a particular point in time rather than just a point in samples. And that's set up here where it says spacing is floor overall scale. So overall scale starts at around 44.1K, but then we use the actual sample rate to bring it up again. And the spacing going up to 16 simply means we get to go to like 384K or whatever, ridiculous things like that. Normally, we're not going to need 16 samples to track this stuff. Normally, it's going to be, spacing is going to be 1, which is 44 or 48. Spacing is going to be 2, which is 96 or 88.2. Or spacing is probably going to be 4, which is 192 or 100, whatever is the 48 version or the 44.1 version. So it's probably going to be 1, 2, or 4. But it will deal with weird intermediate things if you use them. Here, these things are canceled out. There's because they were part of the original code 480 clip. Stage setting has to do with mode, and then we've got, I think, an additional weird little detail in here where you do get to have stuff set for C mode. So stage setting is mode -2, and it's going to be pretty much 1, meaning that stage equals 0, stage is less than stage setting, stage ++. That's going to be true the first time around, so it'll run this through once. And then by the time it's 1, stage is not less than stage setting, it's equal to, and so it doesn't run it through twice. Since we're making it be 1 and subtracting 2 from mode, what happens is all of these first things run one instance of this stuff, which is basically clip only 2. And these all run one instance of it. If it's in normal, it just sees that and stops. If it is in the second mode, which is gain match, it will divide it by input gain, meaning that it's going to act like you're just lowering the clipping on top of the sound. And that's something that you can do if you're trying to make it be as loud as possible without sounding like anything's being done to it. So in that case, you might run 80 clip, set it to gain match, and then be manipulating the gain boost, but then it's also dividing by input gain. So what it ends up doing is just simply keeping the volume level the same and lowering the clipping on top of it as if it was just a threshold control coming down. And then on 3, input sample equals overshoot. What that means is it is straight up just removing the input signal and leaving only the clips. And yeah, then the further stages, Afterburner is 2 stages of all this, Explode is 3, Nuke is 4, Apocalypse is 5, and Apotheosis is 6 layers of 80 clip 8, which you wouldn't think it would do all that much, but I believe that we are also, yes, using input gain to help boost with it. So when you're clipping and then boosting again, it's going to be addressing some of the transients slightly differently, and that's what the additional modes do. So how am I doing so far, Math Mage? Is this helping at all, or am I just... Because I could go to 80 clip 2, or indeed just 80 clip, but that will be slightly obfuscated in different ways. And then this stuff is kind of smushing the audio down. It's altering the slewiness of it in a subtle way. It says same as slew clippage. So what you see here, and note that we've got this weird additional boost in here of the golden ratio, which is just part of when I was doing this, I just put it together that way. But the part that layers, this is the part that layers. There's a slew clippy thing in there, and then there is a clip only 2, which is largely the same as clip only 2 normally is. But I'm going to open that in a moment because that's what this is built from. It's honestly me trying to do as sophisticated things as I could with what I've got. And it's more or less worked. And it's all based on the earlier plugin. Elemento up here. Excuse me, it's been a long day. I'm about ready to be done with the day. Clip only 2, you might notice that there are some recognizable things in here. These are what was in the array. And intermediate is the same as it was before, but these were in an array of 8 things, like this, but instead it's just the one. So it doesn't loop over stuff, and it also doesn't have the details that the other one has. In fact, it has no controls at all. See, number of parameters is 0. And as you can see, we are blanking up this stuff in the reset. And in this case, there is no gain control. There are no other controls. It is just there to stop overs. It's simpler to use, certainly. But you'll notice a lot of this is the same. We've got hardness and softness, and these are things that I've replaced with just the numbers, rather than having a control in there that lets you modify that stuff. I just arrived at this as this ought to work optimally. So I've just built in negative 0.2 is our clip point. And then these other things are relative to this, which I just decided was going to be cosine x, because it seemed to be, when I was dialing it in and trying to make it sound right, this tended to sound right, and so I zeroed in on a mathematical function and just decided to run it using that. So that's where the numbers come from. And this is the clip only 2 as a little compressed chunk that can be dropped into code. This is a mono version, so it's a little simpler. And yeah, I mean, AD clip 8, to the nearest I can tell, contains some kind of slew control stuff that works better at higher, like, layering rates. But this one's considerably simpler than that. And here's the way that it basically works. We've got this hard clip section here. And we've got stuff in here. And then this section only keeps a list of samples so that we can refer to something we're calling last sample, for the purpose of being like, whatever we refer to is going to be the same interval of time behind where we're currently at. So if we were already clipping, here's what we do. If input sample is less than last sample probably being our clip point, last sample equals a smaller number. It's blending between input sample and whatever the last sample was. If negative clip was true, then we're figuring out whether input sample is less than last sample. Again, we are currently clipping. Was negative or positive clip was true. And then if the sample we're on is not clipping, we're going to feed through a sample that's kind of between where the current one is, and then, you know, it's between what the current one is and last sample. See, that's what lives here. Input sample equals 0.7058 for, this stuff here, plus last sample times 0.26, the other part of it. So it's one part the previous sample and the other part the reference value. And we get last sample from this stuff. We're spacing it out a little bit. And then what do we get if we are not clipping? What we get is, let's see now. So if was positive trip equals, then we're clipping. So all of that lives inside this. However, if was positive clip wasn't true, then we make sure that it's false. And then if input sample is in fact loud enough to be clipping, we start doing this stuff. It's loud enough to be clipping, so now we are saying that it's clipping. And input sample equals this number plus last sample from before, which presumably wasn't clipping, times this. So effectively, as we go into clipping, we don't hit clipping instantly. Instead, as we hit our first clipped sample, it steps back a little bit to be closer to the last sample. And as we're exiting clipping, it steps back a little bit to be closer to the first non-clipped sample, whatever one it was that was already clipping. So it's an attempt to smooth the samples on the edges of the clipped place so that it has a slightly softened entry in. And let's see, let's undo all of this crap until we can't undo no more, which is not dissimilar from, don't save anything. I don't want any changes. What do we call that? One corner clip. O. And OP. So check this out. This is cute, and it's the same basic concept. And it will work for anybody who's doing this kind of thing. For this one, we keep a last sample and a limit pause and a limit neg. And the way this one works, here's how we set all that stuff up. It's basically just restricting how quickly it'll enter clipping. Oh, you should try it out. We've got input gain, we've got a positive and negative threshold, and voicing is parameter 4, and voicing is kind of the special one. Although this lets us asymmetrically clip too, which I don't have to do, but and if voicing equals 0.618, we make it be full-on golden ratio, just whimsically. It does seem like a sweet spot for this one. And then voicing divided by equals overall scale, which probably ruins this, but whatever. We don't have to have, I could do a one corner clip true and make it be a little more interesting. And apparently we have a dry wet. So here's how this one works. This one tries to fall through to a raw pass-through if it's not actively clipping. So sometimes that makes like crackly noises and stuff. I don't always do that. It's got a dry wet. And here's how this stuff works. This is all kind of, I can smush this together a bit just so that we can see what it's doing a little bit without eating up quite so much space. I'm going to undo all of that, but I want to scooch it over so that I can see input gain, clip engage, true. If we're altering gain, we will always process. So else clip engage false. So we'll delete that for the moment. That's engaging that thing. Very close to finishing stream, by the way. And this works like that. There's a bunch of space in between here. Same deal there. Scooch that over. And looky there, that's all we got. So, if input sample is larger than positive target, input sample equals last sample times voicing plus positive threshold times inverse hardness. Positive target equals input sample. That means as we hit that, it's basically working like as you hit clipping, rather than just sort of splitting the difference between the last sample, it starts gradually going towards the clipping point. So you throw a square wave into there and it turns it into a rounded front wave. And then it's looking for both positive and negative target. And it's basically chasing those in both directions. Like hitting clipping means wherever the previous sample was at, it starts slowly approaching the clipping point over multiple samples maybe. And that can soften things right up. It'll do the same thing for the negative target. It's doing that asymmetrical thing, which is why it do the way it do. It's probably worth me exploring this a little bit more. I do think that it has its possibilities, but it's also been a little while since I did it. How long? It should be at the beginning of this file. It's been since 2015 since I visited this. It's high time. It's like 20 years later, 10 years later. Okay, 10 years is long enough to leave this alone. Next stream, I'll play with this one. But for now, we're going to put it right back, quit out of there. We can get to have one corner clip, return of the sun of one corner clip later. For now, it is 5:03. It is very much time for me to go and have my tacos. So, I'm going to return to my main camera and return chat to the window in which it was. And thanks for hanging with me while I did this discontapity. It's going to be a very silly sounding thing, but it's going to be showing up in console versions labeled simply more. And that's the control that's in it. And I have a good feeling about how people are going to enjoy this more factor. It's largely going to be about letting things be saturated in fat, but it should also contribute towards being able to make dynamic, nice sounding mixes. And what's not to like about that? So I'm really quite excited about that. And I'll catch you folks later. I'm going to be posting something that is almost certainly not this weekend because I have a nice backlog of things that I could put up. Maybe a reverb. Maybe I'll do a reverb. Oh, and Dolores, I'm sorry to say that, but it's definitely taco time. So I will catch you later. Also, lawn mowing is going on outside, so we will not worry about further streaming. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.